The assembly resumes. Yes, honorable members, we are going to continue from where we stopped, and it's debate on the report of the Select Committee on Agriculture. Now I give the floor to the member for Fonyi Bintankaranai.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. It is important that the Gambia moves along the line like other nations are moving. I am also a member of the committee, that is the Agriculture Committee. And this document, we review it, we find it to be very important. Some time back, I have some investors that wanted to invest in agriculture, specifically in Fonyi Bintan Karana. They requested for soil mapping to know the fertility of the soil and what type of crop can they grow. But for the simple fact that I could not have that here in this country, then those investors lose faith. So these things have come at the right time for us to know what crop to grow at where, which is very, very important for the country and is also going to improve the agriculture sector greatly. And then people will not be blindly growing crops wherever they feel like, but will actually know which crop will be grown at where. That being said, we have given the full blessing to it. The country cannot develop in the absence of agriculture. So now the Ministry of Agriculture is their sole responsibility to monitor the project and to put the interests of the nation first in making sure that the project fully succeed in the implementation and everything. So it serves the interests of the Gambian people at all costs. So, Honorable Speaker, on that note, without wasting much time, I thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. I now invite the member for Banjul South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like my colleagues, I would like to applaud the Agriculture and Rural Development Committee for taking this initiative and coming up with a report. But notwithstanding, they say that if a horse is running, we should continue beating them to run faster, especially if the need arises. Gambia is in a dire situation. Mr. Speaker, according to WFP, there has been a persistent decline in food security in the country. And in their 2018-2019 report, the pre-harvest assessment showed the prevalence of food security was 42%, of which 35% was moderately food insecure. And of that 35, 7% was severely food secure. And that is a cause for concern. It's not that we don't have the space. It's not that we don't have the water. It's only prioritizing. It's only having the empathy, the sympathy, and taking up responsibility to be able to feed our own people rather than filling up our pockets. The honorable member for Lower Salum said that instead of people putting things where they should be, they put them in their pocket. That wasn't exactly what he said, but he put his hand in his pockets. And I think, I'm not only saying this government, that is what the Gambia has been doing for quite a long time. So now we need selfless leadership. Instead of, I would say it, excuse my language, but selfish, self-interested people that are at the helm of the affairs of our country. We are particularly concerned of what we can go home with, what we can get, instead of developing the nation as we wish, as the oaths that we take when we take office. Mr. Speaker, in March of 2019, it was reported that the current situation of the country, we had at least 450,000 people that could not have food, that were food insecure in this country. And that was expected to increase to 600,000. That is over 22% of our population. And most of these are children. And if we do not feed our children, Mr. Speaker, we are depriving our state of future generation. So I think I would call on my colleagues not only to support this, but also to make sure that the monies go where they are meant to go. One of my colleagues did mention that 1 million was not enough and that we can fund it ourselves, and I agree 100%. It was in this August Assembly, few months ago, we approved the increment of the Meet the People store, I think from 10 million to 17, correct me if I'm wrong, from 6 to 10, if I'm wrong. From 6 to 10, okay. And also, and I would always say it, the feeding of the president is exorbitantly very high. We elect you to lead us, but we did not elect you to feed you. And I will say it again and again and again.
Point of order.
Have to feed.
Point of order.
We have to feed.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
The point of order, can you please take your seat?
Honorable Speaker, thank you so
Member
much.
Sabasanya, can you hear the point of order?
I'm standing on point of order 29, content of speeches. Every member shall restrict his or her observation to the subject under discussion. The subject under discussion is the report of the Committee on Agriculture and not about the feeding of the president. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Sabasanya. Member for Banjul South, please let's direct ourselves and limit ourselves to the report and the subject matter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But when we are talking about feeding, we are also talking about feeding our leaders and feeding ourselves, because we are trying to cultivate our soil to be able to feed ourselves. And I'm trying to say that we shouldn't waste. I am in order, Mr. Speaker, because we are talking about feeding. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, this Agri Committee have done a great job, but they should have also gone to the FPAC report to look at the recommendations that the joint committees came up with for the Agriculture Department. And the land and irrigation development was also one of the recommendations. And I think this would complement that. Also, recommendation number 9, research and development. So I'm not saying that I do not support this, but again, I'm saying about assuming responsibilities and judiciously using resources, especially resources that we are borrowing. I'm not against borrowing, But when we borrow, like one member said, we should invest. And probably this might be an investment. But again, we always aim to invest, but we always badly invest because we embezzle. We take things, pay ourselves what we are not supposed to be paying ourselves. So I think let us return ourselves and think of the oaths that we have taken. The Honorable Minister is here. Maybe, I'm not sure, but the Constitution says that when we appoint ministers, they should have knowledge of the departments that they are given to man. I don't know him, I've not seen him, but I hope that he has that knowledge to be able to guide this. Because it says here that the auditing, it says in addition to this, a project steering committee comprising highly placed senior government and non-government officials will be monitoring the implementation progress. I just hope and pray that he has time to monitor this and reduce the time that he spends politicking. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for BANJUL. I now give the floor to the member for Sabak Sanjal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I wish to also congratulate the Select Committee on Agriculture for doing justice to the report and also to the agreement that was given to them. Actually, whenever you talk about things that has to do with agriculture, I always want to put my inputs on it because the people that I represent, I can say 90% of them are old farmers and they depend on farming only. So coming up with something that would accelerate and help us to what? Gain more and also to harvest more. That is how I can put it. Because if you know the fertility of the particular land in which you are growing, actually you would know what kind of crops that land deserves to be grown. Definitely, I would also want to join my honorable colleagues to support this and also to say to my other honorable colleagues that let us not use this chamber to show up our political differences. Let us use it to support when the need arises. This is a bill, this is a report that will definitely help us, and it is a report that would help us to attain food self-sufficiency. And if we are here calling ourselves honorable members who are here to represent our people.
There's point of order.
Speaker.
There's point of order. Honorable member for Sabah Sanjal, please take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, this honorable member
Sorry.
has just called.
Order, please, please.
29 content of speech.
Please.
You know,
Mr. Speaker,
Hello?
content of speech.
Sorry.
29.
Honorable member, I'm not getting you.
29.5. Mr. Speaker, this honorable member.
read the clause. Read the
No member
clause.
shall input improper motive to any other member. Mr. Speaker, this honorable
Point of
member.
order, Honorable Speaker.
Give it as
Point of order.
And he has already
Order,
spoken his
please.
We are honorable
Honorable member,
members,
wait,
we should
please.
respect.
Honorable member, please take your seat, please. Honorable member, please. Order, please. Please, let's allow her. Put off your mic, please. Let's allow her to put forward her point of order. If you have, as I said earlier on, any one of you have point of order or observation or correction, you have all the liberties to do so. Please.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, no, there is a point of order. Let me finish first. I'll come to you. Honorable member, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about this report. We are not talking about political action.
Honorable member, you are raising on what point of order and on what
I
subject?
think content of speech, 29.5. No member shall impute improper motive to any other member. And he's saying that members should not show their political affiliation. Can he show me what part of that is in this report? Thank you. Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, honorable member, please. Here's that statement. He's not putting an improper motive on members. Honorable member Faduke Jawara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on order 32, permissible interruption. No member except the Speaker shall interrupt another member. So the Honorable member for Banjul South automatically interrupt the member for Sabak Sanjal. So that is unacceptable.
Thank you, nominated member Faduke Jawara. Member for Brikama North.
Now, Honorable Speaker, fine. I think you need to make a ruling on that point of order.
Honorable.
Yes, I said you need to make a ruling on that point of order.
No, honorable member, you said you are rising to a point of order.
No. I only want to draw attention.
No.
No, I did not say that I'm raising a point of order.
Oh.
When the point of order was raised, you thank the member but did not make a ruling. Now, whether it is in conformity with the action of the Honorable Member of Banjul South, we want to know that. But as far as I know, there is no interruption. Banjul,
You are not the chair, minority leader. Allow the chair to take a ruling on that. You cannot defend her. You are not the chair. Resume your seat. You cannot defend her. Allow the speaker to do the ruling.
Please.
I am addressing the Speaker. On that.
The concern, you are allow the chair to do it. Not you. Can you put your hands in the side?
Honorable members, nominated member Faduke Jawara, please.
The speaker has to do
Honorable
the
member,
ruling, not you.
no. Order, please. Order. Honorable members, please. Order. Let's maintain decorum. Yes. Honorable member for Brikama North, nominated member, the honorable member for Banjul South, I said earlier on, anyone who want to rise to point of order or observation or correction may do so by show of constituency tag to catch my eye. And the member for Banjul South in this instant rose to a point of order. The member for Janjamure?
Yes, I please want to...
Are you rising to a point of order?
On an observation, please, Mr. Speaker.
Who are you observing, sir?
The Speaker and the nature of the chambers. Hey, Harold. Not just the Speaker, but the way...
Honorable member.
Wait.
Honorable member for Janjamure, please take your seat, sir. Please. Now, the member for Sabasanja, please continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Basically, what I'm trying to say here is that looking at the development objectives of the project, you realize that by the end of the project, better knowledge of the spatial extent of social properties, soil fertility and nutrient status, and also factors affecting soil inherit, nutrient supply, capacity, and fertilizer recovery fractions will be known, and that would definitely be very beneficial to our motherland. If we look at the component A, according to the report tabled by the Honorable Chair of the Select Committee on Agriculture, the project will also develop and validate fertilizer formulation, and rates for identified priorities, crops, and for other future crops, develop fertilizers that address crop-specific in every area of this country. So that would definitely help us, because you realize that some of our farmers are just doing it randomly. No, thank you so much. Thank you, please. Just allow me to continue. For the benefit of time, I just want to continue. Actually, our farmers now are just randomly growing their crops, irrespective of the area that they are occupying, without even realizing or without even doing a specific investigation to know whether this particular crop is feasible to be grown in that particular land. So if we have this report, if we have this done, definitely it will help us, like I said, and also it will accelerate what we call food self-sufficiency. Back in the days in my area, when you bring this imported rice to my area, you realize that the people will tell you that we don't like it because it has a specific taste that we cannot even eat. We used to grow our own rice, and which will later be transported to the people of Banjul who don't have sufficient rice by them. So I thank you so much for supporting this idea.
Thank you very much, member for Sabah Sanjal. I now give the floor to the member for Basse.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. First of all, I have to thank the Honorable Minister for Agriculture for coming up with this project and the loan agreement. It is long overdue. And also, I have to thank the committee through the chair for looking at the merits and demerits of this project and the loan. In doing so, the committee also have looked into this project agreement, and they have came with almost 4 bullet points of recommendations, which also will help a lot in implementing this project when the loan is being acquired. First is the project with the implementation, that's the personnel of the ministry will be the one to implement this project within the institutions, within the ministry. And I think that will address the problems which was affecting the ministry. When there are projects, you see civil servants from other ministries jumping and trying to rush and get these appointments to be project managers or project coordinators. And at the end of the day, they will not implement as it is expected. But with this recommendation by the committee, it will address that problem. So the ministry will consider staffs within the ministry or within the institutions of the ministry who at least have the experience and the expertise to at least to implement this project. The other one was the lab, which will be at CRR, and I think it is needful for it to be there because it's the land or the agriculture site is in CRR, especially. It's where it is more demanding than for it to be around the greater Banjul area. And also the sustainability, that is the equipment or the machinery, so that it will be sustainable, because most of the time when equipments are bought, in fact, for you to sustain them or for you to have the right people to maintain those equipments to serve its purpose is a problem. But looking at the recommendations, I think it will help, because there is also a warranty attached to it, whereby it will serve its purpose. In doing all these things, I think the committee also makes so many considerations or the importance of this project or the loan. In addition to those ones which the committee have highlighted in the report, I just identify 2 to be added onto it, or even to consider the importance of this soil mapping. It also helps us to identify the texture of the soil to allow us to know which sort of fertilizer we use for everywhere or for every moment or every place. Because if you don't know the soil, the texture or the fertility, you will not know exactly which type of fertilizer you're going to apply. At times it affects the farmers. At times they use the wrong fertilizer at a wrong place. At times, that affects even the productivity of the farmers around the provinces. It also helped to the composition and features and also the specifications of the agricultural lands, that is the cultivation, the land cultivation. It also helped us in the compositions and the features of these specifications of the lands. Because with this soil facility or the soil mapping will help us at least to specify or to know exactly which crop is suitable for which land and which area is suitable. Because at times, our provinces is difficult for them to identify. You will see one farmer will be cultivating rice or will be cultivating maize for 4 or 5 years on one farm without even knowing whether it is suitable for this year or not. They keep on cultivating at the same time, and every year it will affect. They spend more money on fertilizer when the land is already been exhausted and they cannot use it anymore. Honorable Speaker, I think with some of these points highlighted in the reports and in addition to what I have also highlighted, I think that will also help the committee in order to at least consider this report or this loan being approved and give the opportunity to the agri to implement this project. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Basse. And I'll give the floor to the member for Joshua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I will also join my colleagues to thank the chair and his committee members for the assignment that was given to them, and then they came out with a report. Honorable Speaker, I think when the loan agreement was first passed here at the Parliament, there was a reason why it was sent back to the committee. One of it was first the amount, we made clear of the amount, and number two also, looking at the disbursement within the ministry, some queries were made on how most of these monies were being disbursed. At least if you look at the loan of 1 million, maybe 40% of that 1 million has gone to allowances, vehicles, and then fuel and lubricants. So this were queries that were made last time, so that it was sent to them for them to come up with something. But looking at their recommendation, none of this area was touched. Honorable Speaker, to the Ministry of Agriculture, as the Wolof proverb always say, "Kuntu flinga toy." I think it is high time now we sit and then ask ourselves, why is everybody talking about us? It's about the hope and interest that people have in the field and also in that ministry that can change the scenario of this country. Honorable Speaker, we are all in agreement about the loan and then the purpose of the loan, which is very, very important. It's about to map the soil fertility of this country. Yes, it's important. Yes, we are in agreement. But at the end point of it, the people concerned needs to be part of it. Here is a country that we always think of the top. We talk about farmers in this country. When do we normally involve them? When we are making our own decisions. We have farmers here within the parliament here, but I call them so-called farmers. There are ones who are very strong in farming, because I saw a farm of one of my colleagues, Seri Jawara, in which I will recommend to the minister to assist him, because he's a very good farmer. I saw his very big farm. Honorable Minister, I think it is important when projects comes in, let's go to the ground, ask the farmers what their needs are. What do they want? How do they want it to be done? And let them see that this thing is our own thing. That only taking steps from the office to go and monitor somebody on the ground. At the end of the day, it becomes a failure. We talk of, the support area. There are a lot of equipment in that area. Those equipments that were there for years, but they were only meant to be trained for a certain number of people. When they are no more there, that's the end. It is good we train our technocrats, but it's also good to train our people on the ground. In case there is nobody, they are not available at that time, maybe the local person on the ground can operate the machine. We have intelligent young Gambians in this country. We have intelligent farmers in this country. Yes, they are not educated. But the farmer who sat down and think of what to grow this year, that this year I grow ground and I didn't have what I want. Let me go in for course. It's very intelligent. And it's somebody who can think in a very smart manner. Who can say, and yes, today there will be rain. There is no be left behind. Honorable Speaker, I think it is high time now for us Gambians. We're just from China. One of the colleagues has mentioned it. What transformed China is agriculture. And they don't have what we have. We have the River Gambia. In China, every corner of China, anywhere you go, they created their own artificial river. Their own river. Anywhere you go. Here we have ours. But are you making good use of it? No. Projects comes and go. Yes, we'll approve it. They come and do this study for us. But after giving us the report, let's go back to the grassroots and tell them that this year, Sierra should grow granite, North Bank should grow maize, and this area should grow this. When we understand each other in doing that, I think the country will change. But if you come to the Sierra family who say, you should not grow kush as we believe in cherry, it's going to be a problem. But that mentality should change now, that this soil is no more fertile for this. We start doing mixed farming. But it's through our technocrat in that ministry who should help. And Honorable Speaker, I think also it's important also, the fertilizer coming to this country, we need to look at it properly. Yes, it is sent to us. We complain. During in the early 80s, 70s, it was not something that we can always talk about, fertilizer. But now farmers even sit down and say we don't have fertilizer. We are not expecting a good yield this year. Go to the Islamic fertilizer. Before we have good yield without fertilizer. We have good yield without fertilizer. Why not now? Are we having the right fertilizer for the Gambia? I went on a trip to Belgium with one of my colleagues. The farmers were on a strike. Why? Because the fertilizer was supplied, there wasn't the right fertilizer, and they were on strike. But here our farmers, are they trained to know what they're supposed to have? Is it every year to have NPK and urea every year? Is it every year that they should do NPK on the same soil? So this test, when it comes, please, let's open it. The machine that they have recommended for us to buy, not only buying the machine and having parts that can take it for only 1-2 years. No, let it be a machine that can be changeable. A machine that can be in operation for years. If it has a problem, we cannot just sit and wait for an expert coming from India to come and repair it for us. Let the expert be here to repair it for us. Then waiting for an expert to come from outside, where we have to pay your ticket and everything, or we have to wait for days before it comes to repair that machine, then everybody got discouraged. So let it be a machine that when it comes here, it can be taken care of here, it can be maintenance in this country without no problem. Because we have to start minimizing costs. For us, as I always say, we have very intelligent Gambians in this country. And if we make good use of them, we can have what we want. Honorable Speaker, still on the Ministry of Agriculture, yes, we talk about loans and grants. Because yes, they always go to the ministry. And it's always Ministry of Agriculture that are given the priority to give us what we want. I think it's now time we change. Thank God that the Minister of Higher Education is here. Today I heard him talking on West Coast Radio about the TVEC project that they are, trying to introduce in the country, and they are doing a very good job on that. I think the idea is very good. And when you work together as a team, not only the Ministry of Higher Education, let's team up and see what we can do to give the country what is one. The area that he was explaining today at this radio, with Peter Gomez, we have very good ideas. And then, he's like, he's ready for it. So team up with him, sit together and discuss as a team and see what is possible for this country. When those experts are here, let's make good use of them. And then we have very intelligent government in this country who went abroad, studied, and they are here. And they can do as those people can do. Let's make good use of them. They are here. The serial fisherman in Old Joshua can teach somebody how
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, member for Joshua, there's point of order. Can we hear from the member for Fonyi Pintanka?
Point of order 29. 1. Every member shall restrict his or her observation to the subject under discussion. And the honorable member for Joshua is deviating.
Honorable member for Joshua, if that's so, please confine yourself to the subject matter.
No, I want you to help me because I don't know which area have I deviated. I think I'm on track. Why should I say sorry? Honorable Speaker, just as I mentioned, we are here as a country, not as an individual. Let's come together and work as a team, just as I was saying. I was trying to build up something and it's trying to distract me, but you cannot. This is a serious man talking. Let's see Gambia and develop this country. And the Minister of Agriculture, everything is in your hand. Everything is in your hand. Honest to God and Nabi. And if you are ready, we can do it. If you are ready, honest to God, we can do it. And please, let us not forget these farmers. Let's see them as people who can transform this country. He remember us the 7 farmers in China. They are 7, but they are still honored. Why are they honoring them? Because they started it from the grassroots. And they work very hard to transform China. And it's through agriculture. So it is time now the agri-ministry to stand very firm to see that this country change. We have what we want and get what we want and be where we want to be. I ate rice in China. And most of this rice come from China and other countries. But the rice we are eating here and the rice we are eating there are different. Why? Because it's theirs. We don't have any more Baramano now, not Dempeteng now. Why is it happening now? There used to be Baramano and Manosose. In Bani we call it Manosose. It's not more happening. And those guys are still here. They can still give us Baramano and Manosose. And Dempeteng, it's not more happening. Why is it happening? Kora cannot bring me Dempeteng anymore. You don't know Dempeteng as a Mandinka. Dempeteng is there. It's Dempeteng. This one is you know what I'm saying? So please, let's go back to those old days and then take things on our own. To know that Gambia, we need to change this country. And Honorable Minister, I will say point at you to say, Honorable Speaker, to Honorable Minister, he's a fuller. Let's change this country and everything is in your hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, member for Joshua. I think the China trip is paying a lot of dividends. we had one member talks about their population. I think China has 1,400 million people. They're able to feed themselves. So, yeah, that's 1,400 million. So the other member also is still talking about the inspiration that you gain and you have seen from China. I think we can borrow from that. So I think the office of this clerk and speaker should arrange for more site visit and training for honorable members so that they could convey their experience and expertise in view of implementing it. Thank you. Now I invite the member for Bundung Kakunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I also want to join my honorable colleagues to thank the committee through the chairman and the Minister of Agriculture for coming up with this agreement. I don't want to speak much, but the only thing that I have as far as this loan agreement is concerned, whatever we are doing here, we still have to remember that we are doing it on behalf of our people. We have the ministry and his team who are the technocrats who should implement this project. Please, we are ratifying so many agreements here, but at the end of the day, what is the goal? What do we want to achieve when we, adopt or pass this loan agreement? So far, so good. Part of the...
Honorable member, please, my attention has been drawn to the fact that you are not audible enough by the technicians. Can you please increase your volume?
Oh, okay. So basically, as far as the benefits are concerned about the loan agreement, I understand we will be able to have 2 state-of-the-art laboratory, which is very good. And on the side of the implementation, I think it's very clear how they are going to implement it. And in any project, whatever proposal you make, if you happen to get the project, the implementation is the main challenge. If you are able to implement it well, then you will achieve your goal. So for that being the case, the team, the ministry who is responsible to implement this particular project, I am appealing to you, let's try and implement it as it should be. Because at the end of the day, the money is just $1 million. Sometimes if you see it, you may see it as it's not that much, but at the end of the day, we are going to pay it back. And this payment is from the ordinary Gambian people. So, and I think as far as this project is concerned, yes, this will also bring some kind of community development, because if a community is identified through this mapping and they decided to understand that this area is a very good area for farming of particular crop, I think it will yield some kind of development. And at the same time, the crops that we want to grow in those particular areas will yield some economic activities in that particular area. So the other issue here is about the foreign investment that we are talking about. Yes, foreign investment is good, but as a country, I think it's high time, before we go in for foreign investment, let's try and encourage domestic investment, wherein ordinary Gambians or people who have the capacity, they can fully invest in agriculture. Because I know most of us now, everybody wants to involve in agriculture, but with this mapping project, it will definitely help people to be able to identify an area where you want to acquire your land to grow your particular crop or whatever. So for that being the case, my advice is the implementers who are going to implement this project, please, let's try and implement this project effectively. And we want, at the end of the day, the select committee to come here and tell us a success story about this particular project, because they are part of the monitoring team. So on that note, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Bundung Kakunda. I now give the floor to the member for Kantora and Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the floor. Promise you I'll be very brief, because much has been said. I didn't want to talk, but because of my chief whip asked me to talk, he's laying the report, and it's prudent that I throw my weight behind the report. Honorable Speaker, let me first of all congratulate the Minister of Agriculture for the outstanding achievement made recently in the reduction of fertilizer prices for farmers. It's worth commendation and kudos to his elbow. Having said that, I want to believe this is apt. Soil fertility mapping, if you hear it, what comes to your mind? That is the ability of the soil to give its best. It needs some scientific exploration. Gone are the days people just go into the farms and grow any crop and wait for the 3-month rain germinate, farm, harvest. If you continue doing that as a nation, quality is compromised and quantity is also compromised. So agriculture is now going scientific. Technology must be injected in agriculture for farmers to know that it's not anyhow land is to go and just risk your crops and wait for the 3 months harvest. It's a right move in the right direction. It's also in nexus for state to explore it what you call comparative advantage. It enables the states, it enables the community to identify what they are best at. Once you are best, if your soil mapping provide that you are best at maize production, please use it at your advantage to grow maize in bumper. If the soil mapping proves that your region is best for rice production or groundnut production, it gives you the advantage that if I grow this thing, no matter the small quantity, but the quality I will receive and the multiplier effect will really drive hunger and starvation in our communities. This is the whole essence about soil fertility mapping, to make sure that the ability of the soil is able to produce the crop or the plant, the desired results that you need at a given time. Nobody is against, because we are from farming communities, and since morning everybody spoke high about it. We appreciate that. One thing I will just give the chairman of the select committee, our own is here because Parliament is mandated that nobody can contract law in the Gambia without coming to the National Assembly for ratification. And that is why it's here for us to ratify. Having done that, your job kickstarts, not only ratifying, but to make sure you conduct the necessary oversight functions to make sure that the raison d'etre, the rationale behind this loan to be contracted on behalf of citizens of this country is made into best use. Time has come for us to make sure that we speak the truth to itself. It's one thing to stand here because we are privileged to represent our people. We are given the power and the mandate to contract a loan on their behalf, but justice will guide our actions. And in doing so, we want the select committee to give quarterly report, if need be, or every 6-month report to the Assembly, the status of implementation and the intended beneficiary. Parliament will engage you, the Assembly authority will engage you to make sure that we want to see the desired results. When you go back to our constituencies, we can proudly raise our heads that we've contributed in one way or the other in uplifting the lives of people we represent. Honorable Speaker, having said that, I thank you so much for indulgence. I don't want to take more time because we have other 3 agendas on the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member for Kantora and Majority Leader. Member for Foni Bondali is out. Is there anyone that I miss? Yes, that's all. Now I will, at this juncture, invite the Honorable Minister for Agriculture to come and take part in the debate.
Speaker, I have an observation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to have the floor and make some clarification. And thank you, Mr. Chairman of the Agriculture Subcommittee. And I also want to thank the entire House and the entire Committee for Agriculture for your dedication and commitment to agriculture. And I think this is manifested in the report, and it's also manifested in the contributions from all the members in this August House. Your oversight function is a great addition to our work, and I think I will urge you to continue with your oversight function. It helps us as ministry and also helps the country. I want to reassure some of the speakers here, especially the cereal man, who thought there is no Dempeting anymore in the country. As we speak, there is harvest going on in the MP for Janjambure. His area is harvesting, and I know there's serious harvest going on at Wasp. So, exactly. So, there's harvest going on for the dry season production, and I think you'll be able to get Dempeting from there. When we come back to the topic at hand was about the soil fertility mapping, which I think our chairperson here has done excellent work. That the last time this was done was in 1985 or in the 80s. So I think it is compelling as a country to undergo a soil fertility mapping. And also he has made it very clear that this is an investment requirement. It's not only a luxury, or it's not only something that we can sell for the future. Most credible investors will even check for this even before they get to the Gambia. This report, once this project takes hold, you, me, and anybody else will be able to access this report from the convenience of your own home. This is not going to be a record that is kept at the Ministry of Agriculture that you have to fill a form to access. It's going to be web-based and everybody can access it. So credible investors will access this information before they come to the Gambia. And that aside, this is a sub-regional project. This ISDB project is for 6 countries. I think he has mentioned it. Gambia being the smallest, but in proportionality, we benefited the most, because if Sierra Leone is getting 1 million and Gambia is getting 1 million, I think then we got better than Sierra Leone. And if Guinea is getting 2 million and we're still getting 1 million, looking at the population, I think we've done very well. So just to give it a context. Also, this is being implemented by NARI and the Soil and Water Management Unit of the Department of Agriculture. Just to highlight few important things regarding the need for NARI and soil water management. In my previous appearance here, most members expressed concern about agriculture staff leaving the ministry or the department and going to projects. Also, highly qualified people may even officially resign because it was more attractive. And that is why these projects are designed, this one specifically, to not be a standalone project. It is going to be implemented through our institutions, and no staff is going to resign to go to the projects. They're just going to get a little extra allowance to make sure that this is implemented. And I think that is worth commending. Another thing worth mentioning here is the fact that we've been sending our soil samples overseas. And I think this is going to put an end to it. Not only put an end to the unreliable results, because results can change in the process when you are transporting the sample, but also it's a way of gaining revenue. It's very expensive to go and do soils testing. So if you're going to pay for that at NARI, I think that is going to add value to what NARI will do. And the fact that these 2 state-of-the-art labs will be built, one in soil and water management and one at NARI, this means even after the project wraps up in 3 years, the country will continue to benefit because the labs will still be there and our personnel would have been trained, so the process will continue. So your support for this is immensely great for the country, and it is necessary for us to move agriculture to a different level, because like a speaker just alluded to, agriculture is now evidence-based and it must be backed by science. So I think this study is evidence-based and is backed by science. So honestly, I wish to thank you more than I ever have done, that you are supporting this project. It is going to greatly add value to the Ministry of Agriculture. And apart from the $1 million that is going to come from ISDB at a very concessionary rate, of course, 1 to 1.5% is very, very low, but the Minister of Finance will give you those details if you need to know. The government of the Gambia is contributing in kind. And the in-kind part, I know there was a question here, what is the in-kind aspect of the contribution of the Ministry of Agriculture or the government? The project is only buying one vehicle, and I think that is worth commending, that in the past, Ministry of Agriculture have been castigated for being very vehicle-friendly. So this project is only buying one vehicle, and of course, to be able to go around the whole country, you know, it requires a lot more vehicles. So the government of the Gambia will be doing that, using existing Ministry of Agriculture vehicles to at least complement whatever this project will buy. That is part of the contribution. And also the labs, they're only buying the equipment. The buildings are already going to be there at NARI and at Soil and Water Management. So the provision of the space and the buildings is part of the kind contribution from the government. And also the staff time. When we say staff are going to be compensated between $300 to $500, that is those that are involved directly in the project. And not every NARI staff is going to be given an allowance. Not every soil and water management staff is going to be given an allowance. But nonetheless, either directly or indirectly, all of them will be involved in making this a reality. So their time is also calculated as part of government's contribution. But not to take much of your time, I am very grateful for the support I have seen in the House, and I hope your attention that you focused on agriculture will continue. We see this as help. Your oversight function is adding value to us, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I call on the Honorable Minister to make it comments based on Order 25-2. Based on Order 25-2. The Assembly shall allow time for the Vice President or a Minister to speak whenever any bill or other matter concerning a department or other business of government committed to his or her charge is debated. Thank you very much. Now I call on the member for Opanyomi and Chair to wind up the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to respond to the members' concern. But first of all, let me thank the entire Committee of Agriculture and Rural Development, the subject matter specialists, the clerks to the committee, the support staff, for their tremendous support they have rendered during the process of developing this report. Yeah, Honorable Speaker, the members have shown serious concern the way and the manner the agriculture projects are implemented. I think that is noted by the minister, by the technicians from CPCU, and even those who are not around, the implementing partners who may be listening to this deliberation, that they should take notes, that the honorable members of the Gambian National Assembly are very much concerned the way and the manner the agriculture projects are implemented. I think there's a need for them to change if there's anything unscrupulous going around. When the members are insinuating that things are not going right, and if that is so, then there's a need for attitudinal change. Honorable Speaker, the members have advised the Minister of Agriculture and the personnel to work towards project goals within the stipulated time given by the projects. Many of the projects within the Ministry of Agriculture, there are time of implementing certain activities elapse, up to an extent that we will say that the subsequent project comments will be taken over. And this is not healthy as far as the agricultural development of this country is concerned. So there is a need for people to change. Honorable Speaker, members also saw concern in the face of adversity, like the world is facing today from COVID-19. Now we are in the Ukraine and Russian war. Members are concerned that in the possible near future, the world might go into food crisis. So there is need for Minister of Agriculture to double up their efforts. They strive towards food security. Food security for this country is a must. We either produce or we perish. We either do or we die. Because Ukraine war have taught West that depending on fossil fuel, I've been saying it here, to them it's not sustainable. So they want to shift to biofuel. So in the near future, there'll be competition between industry and human on food. Serious competition if they go by their suggestion. So on that note, the Ministry of Agriculture needs to take note. They should be ready to take up the challenge.
Please, Honorable Member, can you speak up a bit louder, please?
Okay. So that's what I'm trying to insinuate, that Honorable Speaker, it's a matter of must for this country to achieve self-sufficiency. And this is this particular project goals. That's a soil fertility mapping project to ensure that every piece of land in this country is known digitally of what type of crop can do best in that piece of land. And therefore, we thank the honorable members for their contribution, for their advices, for their concerns, the raise, and we hope and pray that the Minister of Agriculture and this honorable House do everything possible for this country to achieve self-sufficiency. Thank you so much.
Yes, member for Birkama North, and minority leader.
Honorable Speaker, I think I want to remind the honorable member, I raised a point and I want the committee to make a position.
I forgot your specific question.
Before you, please note that down before you respond. It's almost half an hour before the appointed time.
Yeah, sorry. And the honorable member asked about the
honorable member for Opanyome, please. I said it's half an hour before the appointed time. Can anyone move that we sit beyond that? The member for Opasalo.
I rise to move a motion first to I am the mover, right? So listen. I rise to move a motion. I'm forced to sit beyond 6 o'clock and do work to finish.
Any second there?
You guys second the motion.
That's not.
Thank you. Thank you. No. It has been moved. Oh. Seconded it already. It has been moved and seconded that we sit beyond 6 o'clock to finish business on the order paper. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no.
No. Counter motion. No, counter motion.
The ayes have it.
No, we leave you here. We leave you here and go home. We were here up to after 12 yesterday.
Member for Opanyome, continue.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable member for Birkama North. and minority leader asked for a specific question about our recommendation 1. The project should be implemented by personnel serving in an existing institutions of Minister of Agriculture without him or her leaving the position he or she is occupying in the institution. The reason for this recommendation, honorable member, is first of all for sustainability purpose. 2, to serve as a retention mechanism. You see, honorable Mr. Sell is here. How qualified personnel are moving from their institution following the projects. So like when they stay and you give them that opportunity to be the coordinators of this project within their institution and the very office they are serving, they will stay. And the knowledge they are gaining will be transferred to the youngs that are working under them. But when they keep on shifting, moving, there will be no sustainability, there will be no retention, and there will be no skills and knowledge transfer from them to the youngsters. That's what the purpose we deliberately, specifically bring this particular recommendation. I hope you are satisfied. Thank you. What about the project genesis? Yes, in conclusion, we are urging all the honorable members to please support and ratify this particular. Yes, but the recommendation has said clearly. We have been saying specifically, but it's clearly in the recommendation that we have agreed on honorable member. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, honorable member. This is a good time also to invite the mover of the loan agreement to also wind up the debate before I put the question on both the report and the loan agreement. The Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs.
Honorable Speaker and esteemed members of the National Assembly and the members of the Agricultural Subcommittee of the National Assembly, it is my singular pleasure and honor to listen to the rich debate which formed the basis and support for the bill being tabled for ratification, which is an amount of $1 million to be used for the foil fertility. And given that the last foil fertility research that was conducted was in 1980, it means 43 years our farming community has been farming without any applied knowledge. This $1 million loan facility is an investment in applied research to make informed decisions for agricultural productivity. And it shows the commitment of the government to ensure that our activities are policy and research-based and not to do business as usual. And I'm sure it will go a long way to enhance the productivity of the agricultural sector. On that note, I thank you all for your fruitful contribution and your concurrence. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member? Naam? Honorable Member?
Point of observation 14, order of business. Mr. Speaker, I have looked at the order paper, and it only states the laying of papers and reports, and it says the report of the Select Committee on Agriculture on Finance Agreement between the government, and it only states the report, but it doesn't actually state that we can ratify. I think that is not on the order paper. It needs to be agreed as it states on order 14.3. You can present it, but it must be approved by this plenary before it can be included to be ratified, because it only states the report and not the actual loan agreement. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I have a point of observation, please. A point of clarification, sorry.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I think on the order paper, as she rightly mentioned, we only have the report of the Select Committee being tabled before us. So I don't know if there is any possible way of, us ratifying the agreement. Let it be clear to us before we adjourn business, please.
Honorable Minority Leader, I saw your tag. Member for Woolly East, before I...
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I think what the member for Banjul South said is correct. What we are debating and what is before us is the report of the committee. We gave them assignment to go and inquire into the thing, and they have brought the report. We debated on the report, so we should adopt the report and then move on. Move on to the next item.
Minority Leader and member for Birkama North.
Yes, I think that when we were doing that side discussion, this was what I was trying to put to you. That's why I kept on emphasizing that report will be incomplete if they fail to mention that the committee is calling on the plenary to adopt the loan agreement. But that's why we advised them. And I did observe that from all that they talk about, there is no negative part of it. Yes, the impression is that they are telling us to adopt, but they should mention that we are advised to adopt. Now, when that is done, the next move is for us to go back to the loan agreement. And that one, it is not on the chairperson of agriculture to move that, but the minister. I think that's where the mistake lies. If we want to do both, we could have captured that in the order paper today, so that both can be treated. Immediately after adopting this, they can move on and then adopt that one. But when that is not done, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, when that is not done, what we can do is only to adopt the report, that we will be approving the loan agreement. But if the order paper is not amended, I don't think procedurally it is proper for us to do it today, maybe a later day.
Member for Kantora.
Yeah, similarly, the minister has already laid this report, the loan agreement. And this very plenary now refer it to the Select Committee to guide the Assembly to take their time and peruse through and come and advise us for accepting it or otherwise. I think that's exactly what they have done. They are coming here is that to report back delegated responsibility by the plenary for them to go and do due diligence and come here and advise us to accept. I think in their recommendation, they have already set out the recommendation, advising the plenary to adopt. So it's about we putting the vote now, accepting the report upon the assignment given to them, ratifying this thing. That is it. put the question.
Now, okay, you will talk. Banjul South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've ratified so many loan agreements here, and anything that is brought is referred to committees, and the committees would direct us, and it is not mandatory for this plenary to accept everything that is recommended in the committee report. Yes, we really appreciate the report and we recommend that it will be ratified, but let us take due process. We are adopting the report. If you go through order 14.3, the order of the business may be varied by the speaker. You can change the order of the business and it can be approved, but we must approve the report and then you vary the order and then we approve and we ratify the loan. We are not saying we are not ratifying. We are only respecting the order paper of the day. That is all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable members, I will allow the member for Latikunda Sabiji, then
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I just want to implore on the honorable members, something is very urgent here, and we have to escalate the urgency of the matter. For me, the report was talking and mentioning on the loan. So for me, I don't think we need to delegate this to another committee to scrutinize this loan. Let's just put everything together to make sure.
A member for Upper Salum.
Yeah, no, thank you. I was just trying to observe my sister here about the varying of the order of business. You know, when you talk about varying, it's not bringing in a new item. You are talking about the business that we have today. You can vary depending on the, what comes first, what comes second. But if she's talking about, particularly about the ratification, which is not actually showing here, that the varying cannot qualify for that. Yeah.
Now, honorable members, majority, please. Honorable members, what we have is the report on the loan agreement. It was referred to the committee for the committee to look at it on behalf of the National Assembly, recommend either its passage or not, or otherwise. And the committee have indeed recommended and they have given a clean bill of health to the loan agreement, which all members who took the floor supported and endorsed the report and the loan agreement. Passing the report, technically, the Assembly have passed the loan agreement. Now, let me finish first. Let me finish minority. That is why I said I gave the floor to the Minister of Finance who moved the motion, also to respond and wind up the debate. After which, I will put the question for the report to be adopted. Once it is adopted, it's just a matter of procedure, putting another question for the loan agreement to be approved by this Assembly. Now, and that is a settled practice. I want to thank everyone. Minority, please allow me to proceed, please.
Speaker, can I ask a question, please? Yeah, who seconded the motion? Mr. Speaker, who seconded the minister's motion? Was it seconded, the motion?
No, you don't need to second the motion today because it was made and seconded.
It was moved and seconded. Please, clerk, minority. Minority.
Speaker. Observation.
Who are you observing?
The procedure, the procedure.
No. No.
I'm observing the procedure.
No. No.
I said I'm observing the procedure. You said no. You are a dictator.
Please, please. When I finish, you can observe the procedures. After I finish, sir. Please.
No, not before you finish, because you may do the wrong thing.
No, let me finish.
What you have explained is the wrong way.
I will come back to you.
Okay.
When I finish. Please.
Don't put it to us.
No, when I finish, I'll come back to you. No, sir, please don't threaten to leave, please. No, no. This is democracy. You either say yes or no.
Don't worry. If you leave, we will stay.
Now, I want to thank everyone, and let me put the question. Be it resolved that this Honorable Assembly do adopt the report of the Select Committee on Agriculture on the financing agreement between the government of the Gambia and the Islamic Development Bank on the Regional Soil Fertility Mapping Project, GMB 1033, amounting to US $1 million United States dollars, March 2023. Those in favor, please. With amendment. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Let me now put the question on the loan agreement. Be it resolved that this Honorable Assembly do ratify the financing agreement between the Government of the Gambia and the Islamic Development Bank on the Regional Soil Fertility Mapping Project, GMB 1033, amounting to US $1 million United States dollars, March 2023. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Clerk.
Thank you. Motion. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do consider and ratify the revolving line of credit agreement between the Government of the Gambia and BADEA for trade finance facility for importation of petroleum products, food and other essential commodities from African and Arab countries amounting to 50 million US dollars by the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs.
Honorable Minister.
Hello. Honorable Speaker, I rise to invite this August Assembly to ratify the BADEA revolving line of credit of an amount of $50 million trade finance facility for the importation of petroleum products, food, and other essential commodities in the Gambia from the African Arab countries of BADEA. Honorable Speaker, the government of the Gambia launched the National Development Plan 2018 to 2023, in which it aims to deliver good governance and accountability, social cohesion, and national reconciliation, and a revitalized and transformed economy for the well-being of all Gambians. One of the 8 strategic pillars of the NDP is to make the private sector the engine of growth, transformation, and creation. In the last quarter of 2022, the Gambian economy experienced an acute shortage of foreign exchange, particularly the United States dollars, that hampered the private sector's ability to provide staple and essential goods such as rice, grains, and other essential commodities like petroleum at competitive prices. The dire situation led to the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs soliciting support from BADEA to provide a US $50 million trade finance facility geared towards the importation of the aforementioned items. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the aforementioned strategic priority of the NDP, BADEA commits to provide support to the Gambia government through the aforementioned trade finance facility, which will provide an inflow of foreign exchange to ease the importation of the essential commodities. The overarching goal of the trade finance facility is to infuse foreign currency to facilitate the essential commodity importation. The facility is meant to promote bulk supply of the aforementioned with the aim to stabilize prices in the short to medium term. And the modus operandi of the most of the private businesses is limited supply of goods to a few dozen container imports into the domestic market, with very little export or re-export to neighboring countries. This creates the price instability when supply runs low, as bulk supply lessens the constant need for forex to cater for frequent imports. This results in the aforementioned foreign exchange shortage, thereby exacerbating the dollar-C to dollar depreciation witnessed in the country, particularly over the last year. With the BADEA Trade Finance Facility, emphasis is placed on importers of similar items working in tandem to boost supply. This will also lead to its expected lower prices for the final consumers. Honorable Speaker, the signing of the Trade Finance Facility went through a series of stakeholder consultations, including the stakeholders from the diverse sectors of government, such as the Ministry of Trade, Office of the President, and essential commodity importers. The terms of the finance facilities are at a fee of 3 months LIBOR or SOFR plus 3% per annum, and the facility fee of 1% of the facility, appraisal fee of 0.5%, and the commitment fee of 0.5%, legal fees $20,000, and total financing cost is about $770,000. The above terms may not be borne by the government, but rather it will be borne by the private sector participants who will take up this facility. This facility has been purely acquired on behalf of our private sector for them to be able to have access to dollars to facilitate the importation, and government will not bear this cost, but rather the cost will be borne by the private sector operators who are now invited to take advantage of the facility to address the dollar shortage. Honorable Speaker, the National Assembly is hereby invited to consider and ratify the signed revolving line of credit with BADEA for the effectiveness of the trade finance facility and to ensure the importation of essential commodities such as petroleum, food, and other essential commodities to the Republic of the Gambia to ensure an enhanced supply side and the concomitant reduction in the price of the essential commodities. In the light of the foregoing, I respectively submit to this August Assembly the aforementioned credit agreement for your consideration and ratification, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Any seconder? Any seconder? Member for Upper Salem. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion for the ratification of this revolving line of credit. I think maybe before we start, I think we need to be very clear about the need to have such. Because the issue of high commodity pricing in this country and petroleum products, and if you remember last year, I'm not too sure about amounts this year, I think government actually was losing almost over $1 billion in subsidies that we are giving in the petroleum sector, just to ensure that they are very affordable. And I think there is also a lot of noise about the high cost of commodities in this country. So if you dig deep and find out really what's actually happening, when we realize that a part of the problem is not only high cost that we are buying from, but also the high foreign exchange that businessmen actually have to get to be able to import from those companies outside the Gambia. Now, when the dollar goes up, for example, the value of the dollar, when it goes up against any foreign currency, those of us actually in this country, in this part of the world, that actually make importations and pay in dollars, you're going to realize that we're going to have an issue. That means now we have to pay more dollars to be able to import. Now, the banking sector we have in this country, whether it's going to be able to sustain what we do, you guess what? Not all the time we're able to sustain that. And that's the reason why sometimes you'll see the central bank will intervene to provide dollars for the businesses so that they can actually buy them at a lower rate to be able to import. And the net effect is when you import at a lower rate, for example, the dollars that you buy, then you can actually, that's going to help you to control your prices. The more prices you pay for the dollar, the higher that the commodities that we're going to have in this country. So having such a facility, which is revolving, meaning you take it when you need it. You are not obliged to take. You only take it when you need it to be able to buy, particularly to support the private sector. And I think the private sector of any nation, they are the sakers and the bakers of the economy. And I think there's a need, or there's a great need for us to see how best we can support them for the importation. And I remember a few months ago, you realized when the central bank actually had to step in to help them with dollars so that they can actually import, particularly petroleum products, the essential commodities. So I think this is a step in the right direction. I think one of the questions I had was, if you look at these are things, facility that you actually have to pay. Interest, arrangement fee, legal fees, and stuff like that. If you do the math and look at it, you realize that if we draw down everything, the facility fee will be 1% of the amount, which is about mathematically about $500,000. Then you look at the appraisal fees as well, it's also talking about 0.5% of the facility amount, and that's about $250,000. And then comes in the commitment fees and then the legal fees. So altogether, you're talking about $1 million if we take everything as as some of the fees for this particular facility. That's the interest fees and the payment. Now, the question is, who is going to bear this? I know that the minister said they're going to do this on behalf of the private sector. So I want to be clear that all these fees also is going to be inbuilt in the amount that you're going to sell to the private sector. We have to be sure, because we are taking it on their behalf, which means any cost that is associated with taking this money has to be borne by them at the same time. So I want that to be very clear. Now, outside that, the other question I have for the minister, I'm in for this revolving. The BADEA, is it that they can only give our loans in dollars, or there are other currencies? Because we need to be really very tactical sometimes in the way we take our loans. Because we know the dollar always appreciates in value compared to other currencies. Sometimes the euro will go, but sometimes they are parity. But sometimes for the most part, the dollar will. So why not we start also thinking, if we have another currency like CFA franc, that is not actually appreciating in value, why not we start also looking at taking the loan in that particular currency, which is going to actually help us to stabilize? And that's why I want to ask this question, whether we can only take in dollars or we can also look at other currencies. If we are able to look at other currencies, maybe sometime we have to do cost-benefit analysis to see whether we are better off to take it in dollars or we are better to take it in another currency. And then see, because at the end of the day, you have to pay. So now, the last question I have for the minister is like, how can we help to stabilize this difference? Because again, when you give out the dollars, these people, the business people, they will pay you in dollars. I assume they'll pay you in dollars. Now, how would you be able to balance it out? That now you are losing the dollars, they're going away, but you are getting dollars. How would you control the market to ensure that at least we have enough dollars to be able to do other aspects of the business in this country? On that note, I rise to support this, pending the answers from the minister. Thank you.
I now put the question. It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the revolving line of credit agreement between the government of the Gambia and BADEA for trade finance facility for importation of petroleum products, food, and other essential commodities from African and Arab countries amounting to US 50 million United States dollars. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Any honorable member who wishes to take part in the debate may do so now by show of constituency tag. Beginning with the member for Latikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor, and I thank the Honorable Minister for bringing this before the National Assembly. My worry is the trend of this government borrowing money. Historically, when President Jammeh came to power, 30 years of Jawara's rule was 19 billion. President Jammeh came and ruled this country for 22 good years. The loan amount was 52 billion. This government, just less than 7 years, accumulated a loan amount of close to 100 billion. Honorable Minister, this is very worrying, and this is very disturbing, and this is not sustainable. Jawara's 30 years plus President Jammeh's 22 years, 52 years. Your loan amount less than 6 years is more than these two regimes. This is very worrying, and this trend cannot continue. Now, my question to you, if we approve this loan, what will be the pumping price of the fuel? Because we expect it to come down, because this is coming by way of subsidy. And to close my presentation, let's be very frank. Government cannot subsidize fuel in this country, and it's high time government pull themselves in order and tell Gambians that we cannot continue to subsidize fuel. It's not possible. This is not possible. The more we want to subsidize the fuel, the more we are going to take loan on and on and on. So it's high time that we take politics out of this fuel issue and tell Gambians that we cannot subsidize fuel. This is the fact. We started this session today, 12 o'clock. Now it's less than 7 hours. We approved 51 million loan. So this is very disturbing, Honorable Minister, and I don't think this can continue further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now the member for Fonyi Bintang Karanai.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Speaker. As the member for Latrikunda State, we are worried that the government have no plan to generate funds except through loan. And what is surprising is they will tell us loan, credit, just to keep on confusing some of the members. I think the government must develop plans on how to generate funds, not to depend on loan constantly without rest. And the loan that you are taking, there is no certainty that your government is going to last longer. But then you are taking this loan because you just want to satisfy the few individuals as of present. Because you know that you will not be in a position to pay those loans. What will happen to the next government that will come? This is actually a worrisome situation. that we bent on signing loan agreement. And at the end of the day, the implementation of those loans will not be seen. Some of those monies will be used for politics, which is the sad part of this. I think it is right time for us to come up with initiatives on how to generate funds, because loans we are paying them, and also we are paying them on interest base, which is a worrisome situation that we are in as we speak. With all the loan that we are accumulating, the life of the Gambian people is not improving. Our livelihood is not, the livelihood of our people are not at all improving. So I think it is right time for us to go back to the drawing board and stop taking these loans. Because these loans is a way of hanging Africans. It's a way of enslaving us. Why are we not taking this loan in dollars? But we are signing loan not in dollars, but dollars and dollars and dollars, because our money is depreciating day in, day out. Why is the value of the money depreciating? You tell us that because of foreign exchange, but not only because of foreign exchange, because of constant loan that we are taking. If the government have no plan to generate fund, please leave this in and allow someone who can come and who knows how to generate fund and come and generate fund for the nation. But I want to urge the honorable members present here. The loan that we are taking, will be accountable for it. And even if we die, if these loans are not paid, wallahi, in the hereafter we will pay for this.
Can I observe you?
We are the people that are taking this loan. My able chair.
Can I observe?
I am on my feet.
I understand that. That's why I'm asking.
No, you can't. Thanks. Even in the hereafter, we'll be accountable for the loans that we are taking here. So it is good that we put our house in order and let this government have a clear vision and let it have aims and objectives on how to develop, on how to generate funds. I thank you so very much.
Thank you, the member for Fonye Bintankaranai. I'm not so, honorable members, what he's saying, that I'm not sure whether he was clear that even if we die, we are going to be accountable, we are going to pay the loan or the state. I now give the floor to the member for Brikama South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, the business before us is a loan agreement, a revolving line of credit agreement, purposely for the importation of petroleum products, food, and essential commodities. As a nation, we are very much worried, especially when you come to these areas. If you look at it, you are telling us that this loan is taken on behalf of the private sector, and they have to be responsible for the payment of it, which I need some clarification when it comes to how will private sector pay this thing. And I'm trying to connect it to the citizenry, the end users of this thing. These are the electorate and the citizens of this country. If the private sector is going to take this loan, is it going to affect the cost of these commodities that we are talking about? Currently, we all know that there is no margin model between the source of income and cost of living. There's huge disparity. People are crying every day, especially when you come to the essential commodities. These are major problems. Even some of the MPs leave their vehicle at home because they don't have fuel. They don't have fuel to bring in their cars to the National Assembly. So if this is coming, if this loan is also taken on behalf of the private sector, which we believe is going to affect the essential commodities that include food and petroleum, I want to believe that, don't you think this is going to be a major burden? A major burden on the populace. These are big, big problems. And if you go through it, the area of interest payment, the facility fee, that's attracting 1%, and you're talking about appraisal fee of 0.5%, commitment fee of 0.5%, legal fee of $20,000 US. that is non-refundable. So I don't know what arrangement is with BADEA. But if you go further, there is also late payment where we have a default charge of 3%. These are issues, and specifically these loans are going to be paid in dollar. And as alluded to by the previous speaker, the dollar is always appreciating. So if this is taken right now and there is a grace period of repayment, I am worried whether it's not going to attract huge amount of money in order to recover this. And may I ask this interesting question, Honorable Minister? You know the budget component we have for 2023 fiscal year, the revenue that comprises of tax and non-tax revenue stands at 16.8 billion. And we have a project and program grant that is 14 billion. Are you telling us this loan that we are taking is part of the 14 billion? And also we are almost halfway into the fiscal year. We need to know actually how much has been attained in those budget lines, whether our budget is even going to be realistic or not. Because these are things that we definitely need to know. And if you look at the trend in which the debt burden is going, almost close to 100 billion, and coming to consume all these things, which is, to me, to be very much honest with you, this 15 million is not very much friendly in terms of payment. The concessionality here is always questioned. So I want to know actually whether this is part of that budget line, the budget line for the 2023, the 14 billion that we're talking about, program and project grants. If it is there, we want to know. And I know in other engagement, we would like to send in issues regarding the budget execution. Almost we are at halfway, how much has been attained. To be very much honest with you, Honorable Speaker, we have an issue. We have an issue regarding this loan, which I believe that the arrangement with BADEA sometimes I am worried. I think what is the whole idea of taking this huge amount of money on behalf of the private sector? Whether there was a kind of need assessment, whether this is going to reduce burden on the essential commodities that we are talking about. Everybody in this country is really crying. Even to get food, you know, we are all authorities. One way or another, we are confronted in all fronts. People find it difficult to survive. So whether that assessment has been done, is it going to reduce the food items and the essential commodities you're talking about? Whether it's going to impact negatively by adding. So these are our issues, and we need to be very much clear with these things. It's going to be difficult. We have a problem as a National Assembly. So sometimes things are coming into us. We find it difficult to be able to digest exactly what is happening. So we need some clarification before we ascribe to the acceptance of this particular loan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize the member for Woolly East.
Very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the objective of this agreement, as stated in the document, is requesting for a revolving loan or revolving trade finance facility, as it is called here. And the amount is $50 million, which we can use to import petroleum, to import food, and other commodities. And these commodities can come from either Africa or from Arab countries. Honorable Speaker, if you look at point 2.03 in the document, is the availability period of the facility is 12 months. And that should be calculated from the first withdrawal. So if you look at 50 million, one can estimate that to be something like 3 billion or 3.2 billion. Now, if we also look at the interest payment date to BADEA on the amount disbursed and outstanding will be at 3-month term, SOFR, which the ministers will help us. What does that mean? Float to zero. That is plus 3%. So I take that to be the interest rate for the loan. So we will call on the Honorable Minister to please help explain that. Honorable Speaker, if you go to 3.06 on the document, 3.06, it says, I'll quote, interest and fees for the facilities shall be computed on a daily basis. And for this purpose, each year shall be considered to consist of 360 days. So it's 360 days. This 50 million should be paid. Now, if you look at the issue of late payment, Honorable Speaker, that's section 308. Without prejudice to the remedies available to BADEA under the agreement, this agreement or otherwise, if the borrower fails to make any payment of interest, principal, or any other payment due on its due date, pursuant to this agreement, the borrower shall pay a default charge at a rate of 3% per annum above the applicable interest rate in respect of such due and unpaid amount. Such default charge shall be applicable from the date any such amount became due until the date of the actual payment. So we are taking $50 million loan to get into some form of business relating to fuel and food. So we must be very prudent in dealing with this, because at the end of the year, we're going to pay this money plus interest, etc., etc. Honorable Speaker, if we also look at 3.10 on the taxes, maybe we'll need the minister's explanation. It says all payments of principal, interest, and other amounts due under this agreement shall be made without any deduction for or on account of any set of counterclaim taxes, duties, fees, or other charges. This should be explained better by the minister. In my view, it should be known whether deductions are to be made or what type of deductions, that there will be withholding of tax from the payments that we will be making to BADEA. Because what it is saying here, in the event that the borrower is required by law to make any deductions or withholding for taxes from any payment to BADEA, then the amount of payment due from the borrower will be increased to an amount which, after making the deduction, leaves an amount equal to the full amount to which BADEA would have received if such deduction or withholding had not been made. So, there too, we will need an explanation. that's what I'm saying. Before they got into this contract, it should have already been known that this situation will arise and we are going to deduct this and deduct that. But if you say, if there is going to be any, it means that it's not clear. It's not so. And that is, this is an agreement we are going into. Honorable Speaker, this is an agreement. When we look at it carefully, we will see that the way it is computed in terms of the type of payments we are going to make. Let me look quickly. For example, if you go to facility fee, we are going to pay facility fee, we are going to pay appraisal fee, we are going to pay commitment fee, we are going to pay legal fees. And we are also going to pay $20,000 immediately it is signed. If you add all this, Honorable Speaker, in addition to the 3%, it's like it is taking us up to 5% plus of the total sum. So if we say 5% of $50 million, that may take us up to 1.02 billion. And then in addition to the total. So we are taking a very interesting, or getting into a very interesting agreement, which we must pursue with prudence. Otherwise, any failure would be very disturbing to this country. Honorable Speaker, if you also look at 3.0, yeah, I think I've done that. But if you look at 3.80, late payment, let me read it also. If the borrower, that's the interest part, if the borrower fails to make any payment of interest, principal, or any other payment due on its date, pursuant to this agreement, the borrower shall pay a default charge. So we must be, like I said, religiously ensure that this loan, when taken, really does justice to the Gambian people. Otherwise, we are going to fall into a trap, and the minister must come back here again to take tax money again to pay this loan, which we don't want. The other issue I want to also ask is the policy that the government have is liberal, that they are not going to engage into business, into petrol business or into any business. So they are taking this loan. The money is guaranteed by the government. And then when it is taken, how would the businessmen access the loan? And how would they pay back the loan to the government to ensure that the government does not lose? That should be clear to us. We want the minister to explain clearly to us what is the process. When the money is taken, it's given to the state. But what process does the state use to give it? I would have thought that, Honorable Speaker, that this type of loan is better dealt with by just domestic borrowing. We go to our own bank, we take loan there in dollars, and we pay back in dollars. Instead of taking, importing. Because importing, if you take dollars, you pay in dollars again. But one good thing may come out of this is that, because many countries are linked, but it's only 1 year also. But otherwise, many countries are doing local business in their own local currencies, and that is likely to affect the dollar in the near future. And if that happens, since we are taking this in dollars, when the dollar comes down, we are supposed to pay back in dollars. Maybe that will help us a little bit. But other than that, I see this thing to be a very difficult agreement. And we're talking about petroleum, but it's not only petroleum, also food. To import food and other essential commodities. So how would the minister help us to understand that by so doing, we will not be increasing inflation by bringing all these dollars here through this type of thing, but instead we will be able to stabilize inflation. I think those are some of the explanations that I would require. So, Honorable Speaker, on that note, I thank the Minister for innovating. And if the innovation succeeds, we'll clap. If it fails, we'll come back here and get into our budget, because this is statutory. It's the state that is taking loan on behalf of business people. That's how I understand it. So we are guaranteeing our businessmen that they will do justice to our public funds, and if they don't, then we bear the brunt of the crisis. Our people will continue to suffer and suffer. So on that note, I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, member for Woolly East. I now invite a member for Janjamure.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for bringing forward this very important document before us. Honorable Speaker, I think this moment actually reminds me when we actually sat over the budget way back in December. And then I think partially our own decisions are trying to haunt us here today. For the simple reason that if you look at how our budget is being directed, there's very little been invested around the development of this country. And as such, I believe or I think we will continue to take loans in order to salvage this nation. And with all honesty, Honorable Speaker, I don't think this is in any way helping us as a country. As we speak right now, we are looking at taking 50 million US dollars to help in purchasing fuel, food, and other essential commodities. And yes, I think last year we were really in a serious challenge. There was this moment that there was no fuel in this country because a single business owner held the country at ransom. And I can equally recall the staffs of Gambia Petroleum sometime last year were dragged before the court. And the end result was not really pleasant, even though there were issues that were not clear. But again, the prosecution team couldn't really prove their case beyond all reasonable doubt. And those people who were charged for corruption and abuse of office happened to walk scot-free. What is that telling us? That is to say, in this little Gambia we have, you can do what you like and walk away freely. So I want to charge the Honorable Minister and all other ministers to judiciously execute their duties without fear or favor, because we cannot continue day in, day out to be ratifying loans that are not making any impact to the life and livelihood of our people. Let's look at the cost of rice today. Let's look at the cost of cooking oil today. Let's look at the cost of cement today. In 2016 or 2017, before Yaya Jammeh left, the cost of rice was relatively cheap. After 6 or 7 years, we are crying. We are crying. And the people of this country are really in a disarray for the fact that they cannot really buy food that they can put on the table in order to feed their families. And I think food security is very important. If we cannot feed our people, that means we are a failed nation. And as I speak, this is what we are approaching to. This is where we are approaching at. And definitely, Honorable Minister, if I were in your shoe, part of this loan will be used to support our productive sector. For example, agriculture. If we are to buy food commodities, what I'm seeing in this agreement is getting some of these foodstuffs from the Arab bloc or from part of Africa. Why can't we empower our own people, our own local farmers, wherein part of this money would stay in this country than causing more of leakage? Because buying from the Arabs or wherever, our money is going out. Let's even forget about the foreign exchange. I think wherever we're spending our money, we should ensure that it really make an impact and let there be value for money. And this is what is lacking in almost all our dealings. Today, what I'm seeing in the Gambia is the rich are getting richer, whilst the poor are getting poorer on a daily basis. Because if you are a rich one, you have the money, you establish your little company, what normally happens is you go around to the ministries or wherever to get contracts. And many a times, they are not really competent to deliver as expected. And this is exactly what is haunting us. From the fertilizer crisis, the fuel crisis, the food crisis, looking at the players in that business, you will all agree with me that there is that game of friendliness in this country. There is this game of nepotism, that is to say, if you are rich, then meaning you will get business from the state. So I think we should desist from some of these things and make sure that we judiciously spend, more especially with this 50,000 US dollars that we are trying to get as a loan to spend it back on our productive sector. I think this can in fact help to create employment for our young people. How do we do this? I don't think it is something difficult. We have our young entrepreneurs in our rural communities engaged into agriculture. But again, they're still finding it very difficult to get finance in order to explore the potentials that they are surrounded with. So I think I would strongly advise the ministry to partner with sister ministers or sister ministries in actually mapping out some of the potential areas in this country, and we try to invest more in them. I believe if we invest in the productive sector, we will definitely reduce the amount of loans we take on an annual basis, because it's not taking us anywhere. Also, I just want us to reflect back on section 2.02B. It says the borrower shall ensure that the applicable procurement procedures as stipulated under the laws of the Republic of the Gambia are respected. I'm glad that this is clearly stated on black and white on this paper. But again, what I usually say is, it is only in the Gambia you can go to and find friendly laws, great laws. But are we respecting them? No. Therefore, Honorable Minister, I want to challenge you to ensure that some of the laws that we have, more especially things that would help in the execution of how we are going to spend this loan we will get from BADEA, to ensure that we follow the law as expected, or otherwise history will repeat itself. And if you don't mind, we will continue to cry hunger. And I think we should graduate from that as a nation. I might really support this agreement, but notwithstanding, I think it is also important that we start to speak the truth to one another in ensuring that we all get the Gambia that we want. On that note, I beg to take my seat, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now give the floor to the member for Joshua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I also join my colleague, the Honorable Minister, with this loan agreement. I don't think that it is bad to take loans. My concern here is when loans are taken, let them be used in the right place and also be monitored so that tomorrow the repayment can be easy. Yes, people complain of loans. Yes. It's not a crime to take loans. But after taking the loans, I think it's important we arrange ourselves to see how best we can pay. Honorable Minister, as they have rightly mentioned, take it when you need it. I think the amount stated is not that we are going all out to take all. I think we are only going out to take when we need it. So if that is the ceiling of $50 million, we are not going for the whole $50 million. We're only taking it when we need it. So the moment we are taking it when we need it, my advice to will be, let us also take it when we don't need it. The moment we need it, let's take it and put it at the right place. And my other concern also is the late payment of the loan. Please, to the one that it is given to, let there also be a proper control also there. Because they are the one receiving. Government is there to guarantee per se. But those who are receiving, let them please pay on time. So that also government also can pay before boarding the interest of 3%. It's not small. It's very big. So please, I'm appealing to you, Honorable Minister, let us not take it lightly. Let us take it seriously, that when you are helping me, I also help you. And how should it be? That you give me, let me pay back at the right time. As us as Gambian, we see government as there, not us. I will take it, and I will not care. Government will pay. So it is very clear, when the moment is given to you, please pay on time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Member for Same, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, what is in front of us here right now is a revolving line of credit agreement between Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADEA, and the Republic of Gambia. Honorable Speaker, as previous speakers have mentioned, taking a loan is not bad. But how you utilize it is the most important thing, Honorable Speaker. Either you take all or you take some. That does not matter. What matters, the little that you take, put it into good use. And if you take all also, put it into good use. That is the most important thing. But to say, we will not take all, we just take what we want. And what is here is $50 million. That is here. So here, Honorable Speaker, what we should be all advocating for is to advise each other to use the loan as it is expected of. Honorable Speaker, I want the Honorable Minister to explain to this August Assembly, because he talks about petroleum products, foods, and essential commodities. And we all know the way people are facing, the difficulties people are facing, we all know, in terms of petroleum products, food, and essential commodities. They are very expensive right now. And we all know the salaries are not up to that extent. So what I want the Honorable Minister to explain to this August Assembly, when we approve this, what impact is going to give? Is it going to reduce the petroleum product, or is it going to reduce the price of essential commodities that every Gambians are crying of? These are the questions that I want the Honorable Speaker to explain to this August Assembly. Thank you very much. Before I said I accept it or I don't accept it, I just want to know what impact is going to be to the Gambian people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now give the floor to the member for Fonyi Jarol.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and then thank you, Honorable Minister. Definitely, if you look at this agreement loan, it's definitely a necessity because we can't stop taking loans. When I say this, others may not be very happy with me because there are no initiatives that will make us stop taking loans. Because if you look at the history or the trend of loans in this country, like we stated there, Jawara and Yaya put together is about 50 billion. Instead of reducing, we have even doubled it, 100 million. 52 years, 50 million. 7 years, 50 million, 50 billion. It's even very difficult. Today is the most difficult day for me to stand here and say, because this is a decision that if I'm going to make this decision, I'm making it on behalf of Gambian people. The change of government in 2017, according to the change, was to reduce the suffering of our people. But in honesty, is that what we are seeing? Everything has gone up. Even if today we ratify this loan and then we agree to take this loan, the following day, the prices of basic commodities is going to increase. Next, we will start blaming Russia and Ukraine war. That's what we're going to bring here. I am definitely confused. And then, Honorable Minister, definitely we need a lot of clarification on this. I know it's a necessity. The reasons given here, definitely yes. But why most of us are very concerned about this is because of the history of the past loans. 7 years, 50 billion. Where is it? Where has it gone? Our people are complaining day and night. You visit these communities, even the community that I'm from, the past 5 years, maybe they will tell me that I'm an opposition, that's why I'm not seeing any project. But here, I am part of the approving body. But when it comes to the implementation of the project, they said I'm an opposition. I don't understand this. But despite all that, West Coast, there is no village, no town that I did not know. From here up to Gara Pakali, I can boast any of these villages I go. The change of government
it's not about the arrest of people that we have stopped or that people can talk freely, because that's what most of us are proud of. We say now we can talk openly without any arrest. But people are also going to bed without food. People are also scared to move out at night. People cannot even afford to go to school. According to the UNICEF report, 51,000 drop out from school. We are just here every day signing on loans. When we come, we talk based on political issues. We said yes. I agree. Politics is politics. We can agree and disagree. But today is the most difficult day for me to come to this National Assembly, because it's better for me even to abstain from voting. Because if I say yes, I'm not even stopping the suffering of my people. And it's something that I don't understand. To be honest with you, I don't understand this comment. Even if I say yes, I'm just saying yes because I've seen the majority say yes. I join them to say yes. And I don't want to be a person who will make decision for this country without understanding. I don't understand, and I don't think today I will going to say yes without understanding to raise up my hand. It's a sin to me to do that. But we have to look at this properly and then understand. We say the cane is to better the lives of our people, not to make our people suffer. You go out here, everybody's complaining, but what most of us will be proud to say, yes, now you can talk freely. Now you can talk without looking at the back. Is that what we need? Is that what democracy is all about? Sometimes the way we define democracy, I sometimes start asking myself, maybe it's a different definition from the English dictionary or the Western, and then you look at even like our NAWEC. This country is almost becoming a liability. Just as NAWEC is already a liability. We cannot, NAWEC, we cannot free it. Because at the moment, how many? NAWEC is already indebted. People are complaining, put $1,000 to a meter. You are left with only $700. People now cannot even buy credit, $50. Every day people are complaining. I think we need to look at this properly. Honorable Minister, with due respect, to be honest with you, this is something for me personally I don't understand. And I'm even confused. I wanted not even to say anything. Because I'm thinking of adding the 100 million to 54 within 7 years. I don't know before, if this government will serve for 22 years, Gambia will end up maybe in the hands of another country. Because me, I'm scared. We cannot pay. The way we are going, we cannot pay. We will not even have parliament. Because we will end up in the hands of maybe China. I don't know. But to be honest with you, Honorable Minister, I don't think this is a 2-hour thing. If I'm here, even if you people raise up your hands, me, I'm taking my bag and going out. I don't want to be part of it because I don't understand. We are raising no. I don't understand this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Fonyi Jarol. I now give the floor to the member for BANJUL Center.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor to make my contribution. I'd also like to thank the Honorable Minister for coming up with this loan facility. We do acknowledge that the government is quite under-resourced and that you wouldn't have brought this to these chambers if at all it wasn't important. And if at all, I would think, or I would like to think, personally, if at all there were other avenues to tap funds, probably you might or would have used them, but probably this was the only option. But I would just join my honorable colleagues in saying that there are quite a lot of technicalities in this document. And that I have to admit, I wish I would have taken the entire night to be able to really scrutinize this properly, to be able to make more sense out of it, I would say. I'll try to be as brief as possible. This is a revolving trade fund, and Gambia is a tax-reliant country, meaning we don't have any other option other than tax in terms of getting finance. So obviously, seeking for grants and loans would be the only alternative, I would say. So this is the only thing that we know, taking loans. So my contribution would be more of question-based, Honorable Speaker. I would like to know, Honorable Minister, what are the factors that necessitate this this loan specifically? I would like to know, because we are taking this loan on behalf of the private sector, I would say. Where there are consultations done with the private bodies. What necessitates this loan facility? And also, we've been, we must make queries with regards to this. We've been taking loans ever since the day I was born. I've been hearing about loans. But I've never seen any dividends that we reap out of these things. Like, this is a business game. It's governance, but it's business. Exactly. No, come on. Let's be very realistic. We do not reap most of these dividends from these loans that we take. I would like to. I think it's high time that this August body request from the ministry, right? We would like to have these statistics. It will help us in our, legislative processes, because I would like to know if we could have, let's say, with 10 years ago or 15 years back, these are the type of loans that we've taken, what are the dividends that we are reaped from these loans, so that we'll be able to help us in our legislative processes. Also, with regards to the private sector contribution in this country, I know that there are a lot of good business people that are really striving, doing their level best, but we would also like to know statistically, what are their contributions, in what areas. These are things that we would like to know, because we are making these laws on their behalf. And we are not standing here as individuals speaking our minds, but we are speaking on behalf of millions of Gambian people. So there are a lot of technicalities in this. And if you look at our trajectory, Honorable Speaker, I don't think sometimes we judiciously look at these loan, things that we enter into. Because like a honorable colleague said here, why are we not really focusing on our productive base? Right? There are so many areas in this country that really needs looking into. And it's not every time that we have to go out and to take loans. Sometimes we have to, try to look internally. So these are the questions that I really would like to ask, Honorable Speaker. And I also would like to say that I really have reservations in terms of this document here at hand. I would like to make a suggestion, probably to raise a motion that we refer this document to FPAC to further look at this document carefully, and then bring it back to this August body for us to look at it properly. On that note, thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to the member for Jara West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, my contribution will be very minimal, but I just want to tell those who are saying loans. Just last week, the Americans, we said they are the biggest economy in the world. They are working on a legislation to increase their debt ceiling. Just last week, they are working on a legislation to increase their debt ceiling. Loans, we have to take loans. If we take loans, we put it at the very bad place, we will dance at the repercussion. If you take loan, as individuals, we take loans. If you put the loan in your pocket or in your briefcase, you will pay it without knowing. But put it into good use. Gambia, there is no way we can be without taking loans. But let's put the loans into big use, into a very useful issues. And that have to come from all of us. Government or cabinet at their level, they sit and discuss before coming here. And they cannot take nothing without coming here. So if we come here, we approve loans. Still now, let's not stop there. Let's follow it. Wherever it fails, if it needs whipping, let's whip. Yeah, we whip. Yes, we are saying we are taking loans. The loans are not bringing any dividend. It is left to all of us. This August Assembly should stand very firm. They discussed there, agreed, bring it here, we approve it. If we approve, let's follow it. Let's monitor. Whoever lead the way, we whip. Let's whip. Yes, but we cannot stay without getting loans. We have to take loans. What do we have? Nothing. As I said, the biggest economy, they are increasing their debt ceiling. America, I was watching it last week. They are increasing. They are taking loans, more than loans. The ceiling they have now moving up. We should take loans. Yeah, but let's put it into good use. I said, even when you take loan, you put it in your house, just every day you take 500. The bank, when the month ends, you will pay. By force, you have to pay. But if you put it into good use, there is no businessman who is successful who is not taking loan. Even Dankwade, he is taking loans. But let's put the loans into good use. And this is for us not to only approve. Let's monitor. We have all the powers. Those who are taking the money, using the money, let's account them. Let's account them. It's our job. It's our job. Let's do it. Please. But when we approve this thing, we pack it and we forget. We never monitor. We have all the, if this country is good, it's because of this house. If this country is damaged, it's because of this house. This is the institution that can only level this country. In any good country, the National Assembly is the backbone of everything. If we are bad, this country will be bad. Please, honorable members, let's leave everything aside and work. But here you come with political stats. People are only politicking. If I'm talking, somebody's garuale because of politics. Huh? Where can we go? Can we move like this? Can we move like this? Even when we come here, we are looking at me. I am here because of JRS. Nobody can remove me here. Only JRS people. Nobody. But sometimes I'm ashamed to be in this house. I'm ashamed. People just take things like anyhow. We are fighting, insulting each other. My brothers and sisters, when politics finish, let's pack the politics and walk. Can we be politicking forever? Can we be politicking forever? When? We are just from politics. The MPs are there, president is there, councillors are there, chairmen are there. Now let's bury the subject and move forward. But people are just here talking on politics every day. You think that can develop this country? No way. If a president come tomorrow, I'll also against him. Can we work? It's not about, look at what people are talking about China today, Honorable Speaker. I still have to mention China. They have only one political party. They have only one political party. You know why? They said if you have this political Barrow is saying, I'm not following Yademi's footsteps. Yademi is saying, I'm not following Jawara's footsteps. When are we moving? Can we move that way? It's sad. Please, let's put everything aside. If we are here, please, we are here for the Gambia, not for a political party. Not for a political party. And let me tell you, listen, I think the government they are needful before coming here. The government did everything before coming here. They brought this here. I think they have also did their feasibility studies. If government is taking loan on behalf of businessmen, it's not about the government taking the money by themselves. They are just serving as guarantors. Let's check this properly. They are just serving as guarantors. And I believe, in fact, it's better to give this private businessmen the money than us, the people in positions. We put it in our pockets. But if it is the private businessmen, we follow them. They have to pay. They'll pay. The government is just there to make the dollar available for the businessmen. Please, let's approve this and go. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much, member for Jara West. I now recognize the member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Yeah, thank you for welcoming me back. Honorable Speaker,
on a serious note, I believe there is already misunderstanding or misconception about this document. Why I am saying this is because the preamble of this document is very clear. The government of the day is taking this loan on behalf of the private sector, to my own understanding, and they will only take what is needed by the private sector to import petrol, food, essential food items. And I believe, for me, it's very timely because our people are suffering. The prices of essential food items is hiking on a daily basis. And it was me, during the last ordinary session, I did mention it here during the adjournment debate, that the central bank gave over $100 million to private businesses. And yet still, our people are complaining about the hiking of prices, more particularly when it comes to essential food items. And looking at this document with the preamble, with your permission, I will read. It says, whereas the borrower, that is the government of the day, has requested BADEA to provide a revolving trade finance facility of an amount not exceeding. We are not saying we are going to take the 50 million. No, not exceeding. That's the ceiling. So that they can have enough dollar to give it to the private sector so that they can do what they have to do to help our Gambian people. So I think this is the entire concept of this entire document. So for me, whatever is happening, like I always say, I am not here for any form of any ego or sentiment. Just allow me to talk, because when you guys were talking, I kept quiet and listened to you. Because
Order.
I believe
Honorable member, please. Members, please, order. Let's allow him to proceed. Honorable member, continue.
Because I believe it's high time for us to be understanding. Let us read. It's important to read. We cannot come here and start talking or saying things based on sentiments or ego. This will not move the country. I am not here to talk against anyone, but for the progress of this country. It's very clear. This is a written document that everybody is seeing, and everybody is being served with this document. Read the preamble and have a better understanding. I will not go into the integrities of this document because I don't even need to, because the preamble is very clear. So please, what I'm saying is, let us better understand documents that are given to us by making sure that we read it properly before we make any statement by misleading the people that are outside there. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for BANJUL note. The objective of this loan is to cushion the economy and help the business, the private sector, to import petroleum product, rice, grain, among other issues, to ease the burden on the dollar, the economy. Now I give the floor to the member for Brikama North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would also like to join my colleagues to share my view on the motion that is before us, that is revolving line of credit agreement between BADEA and the Republic of the Gambia. This was signed 26 April 2023. The minister is very proactive. I've been complaining when certain agreements are signed, sometimes it will take years before they are brought before the Assembly for ratification or for adoption. And if this one was signed just barely less than 2 months ago, and the minister endeavored to bring that before the Assembly, should be commended for that. And we wish all other ministers try to be as proactive as the finance minister. Honorable Speaker, currently we are facing crisis one will attribute to global economic crisis. And as a government and as a nation, we are always complaining we cannot put all the blames on Russia-Ukraine war or the COVID-19, even whereas COVID-19 is disappearing economically, we are putting the blame on COVID-19. We should find our own solution to address the economic crisis, not what is confronting the globe, but what is confronting us as a nation. And in that, petroleum products were experiencing the high cost of pump price daily. Some of us are always crying. What I used to provide to come to the National Assembly before, let me say, a year ago, now it's almost double. You go to food and other essential commodities, it's always the case. The government needs to find solution to address the issue. I want to believe this is one way the government has innovated to intervene in order to exclusively finance importing of petroleum products, food and other essential commodities. By acquiring this loan on behalf of business entities, to plan is one thing and to implement is another. It's not the government itself that is going to be partaking in the implementation exactly, what will be an agent. The onus lies precisely on those who are going to take and implement. Fundamental question asked is, will they be acting judiciously to address the issue that is confronting us, to ensure the pump price, this move is imparted on it positively, and order the essential commodities to ensure it is imparted on them to bring down the prices on the essential commodity that is affecting the public severely. I can believe government can make a move, even whereas it's a liberal market, there is no price control, but people can freely do anything they feel like doing. I believe when this move is done, government should find ways and means to ensure stringent measures are taking place to see that as a nation we have seen the impact of this. This is what is important. Honorable Speaker, having made mention of that, if you go to Nigeria right now, recently when we were there, Dangote launched a refinery project. Africa, we've been kind that we have mineral resources. All that we do is to mine the crude and then export them to be refined. Why can't we endeavor to get our refinery factories in Africa? And I was also trying to follow how Dangote came about. He was given the opportunity and then supported by the government. They facilitated to make him a billionaire. And through that, a lot of people also were able to become millionaires under him. One way to develop a nation, how can the government come in to develop the economic capacity of our citizenry, especially those who are in the private and business sector? Let's endeavor to create that atmosphere for our people to be like Dangote. Tomorrow, if you cannot have your refinery, maybe when you make me a millionaire, I can make a refinery for you. I think this is what we need to look at. I was touched and moved by the story around Dangote and how he came about. I'm not saying that this can do the same, but these are ways that can also make somebody, if not a billionaire, but if you properly manage, you can be a millionaire. But if you facilitate, I'm not saying you dictate, there should be stringent measures that will serve as instrument to measure the effective implementation of this project. That is very, very important, Honorable Speaker. Well, I'm not sure how, as a nation or as a government, will drive to in terms of identifying who are those business entities that are going to benefit. Their identification and selection is something that has to be looked into. There has to be laid down criteria, and it should be based on merit. Those who deserve, those who are very responsible as far as their businesses are concerned. It should not be based on whatever connection they may have with the Honorable Minister. It should be based on whatever merit they have surrounding their businesses. When those, through those laid down criteria, they qualified to be given that facility, and so it can be. I believe based on that, when there is that responsibleness, our fear on the implementation will be relieved. I can understand the feeling of the honorable members regarding taking loans and implementation. Yes, we will continue in doing that. That is our role and that's our responsibility. We will not be cheap in taking loans. Any loan that is brought before us will be raising our concern so that where it is going to be executed, you'll always have at the back of your minds, this was the concern of the honorable members. If a particular loan was taken and was not implemented the way it should, it will be at the back of your mind, this one should be a difference. So if those people are crying, if members are crying, that is a reminder and signal. I think that is very positive. That is making an alert to the minister to be very conscious on how to safeguard the implementation of that particular loan he is about to take when ratified. Honorable members, I think we tend to know that having said so, The nitty-gritty that I expressed, the concerns that were raised, the points that I noted were the ones that Honorable Member for Woolley East lamented and put as questions for the Honorable Minister to respond to. Then there is no need to go into that. On that note, I will urge my colleagues, based on the current realities that is confronting the population, where all of us are affected in terms of pump prices, in terms of food and essential commodities. If there is an innovation that is meant to address that, we should be in support. What we should do is to ensure what it is meant for and the implementation is safeguarded so that it can serve the purpose. On that note, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader and Member for Brikama North. Thank you for that contribution, even though not to the pleasance of the Member for Same. I now invite the Member for Basse.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have to thank the government of the day and the Minister of Finance for going into this agreement for the revolving line of credit agreement. I think this loan is as a result of the outcry of the citizens, looking at the present situations of price of commodities. And let people should understand this loan is not that the government will just go and take it and bring it and use it. It is an amount being approved or a ceiling that anytime you need, when it is in need, you go and take it. And looking at this loan, it will address even when it comes to this dollar shortage. Because at times, some of the businessmen will increase their price based on the pretext of the dollar is scarce. It's what they use as a yardstick. If they buy a commodity or a product of, let's say, $100 for this time, and they will tell you after 2 days there will be an increase or inflation in the dollar. So that's why they always increase their prices to match maybe the value of the dollar in the next week or the following week or the following month. And with this will also help also the businessmen. As you know, the Gambian market is a free market economy whereby there is no price control, but it also helped the businessmen so that at least if the fund is available, the citizen can acquire this fund. We cannot say, yes, reduce your price, but we can also empower, or the government can empower businessmen to go and get these food commodities and come and reduce the price. So at the end of the day, you have no choice. You have to dance to that tune and you have to reduce your price. Of recent, you have seen the price of rice have drastically reduced to 1,500 plus, when others were insisting they cannot go beyond 2,000 or they cannot go beyond 1,800. But now they are forcefully to go beyond even 1,500, maybe because of the product they have. So I think this loan or this agreement will help a lot in reducing the hiking of the price and also to make these products available, especially when it comes to fuel. And also members, they keep on saying the loans from Jawara's regime, Jammeh's regime, and the President Barrow's regime. I think it's now we should be forgetting about Jammeh's regime, Jawara's regime, Barrow's regime. We should now focus on how do we help our people, our constituencies to develop. We forget about our egos, forget about our sentiments, and we work as a team. In fact, they said the loan have been increased. It's not about the loan is increasing. It's about the interest rate which is increasing. The loans which was taken since Jawara's regime to Jammeh's regime, and now the interest rate is increasing day by day.
So it's accumulating to that figure. So it's not about the present governments, the loans they are taking. If you look at the amount, it's not about what they have taken. It's about the interest rate which is increasing. It's accumulated to that figure. So we should understand why the figure is rising. It's about inflation. If you look at the dollar today, it's on the high side. So we should forget about saying that it's the present government. And every now and then, we always try to align the previous government and this government. The previous government is a history. We are in today's government. Let's see how best we can develop this nation so that at least tomorrow when we are not here, we'll have a legacy. We will say the 6th legislature, they did A, B, C, and we achieved something. So it's not about Gambia, it's not about Barrow. It's about we, as national assembly members at this present juncture. We should make a history. We should have a legacy so that they will say, we have implemented these policies, we have implemented these laws, we have at least done justice to what we are here for. So please, I'm appealing to national assembly members. Let's forget about our egos. Let's forget about what people are proclaiming, and we work as a team for the benefit of the citizenry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Basse. I now give the floor to the member for Sandu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you to the Honorable Minister for coming up with this document. I think we are gathered around a very important document today. Looking at it, the nature of the agreement we are sitting over today is very important to our livelihood. It seeks to address a very key component of our society, that is the social aspect, key among which is the livelihood of our people. This document, if ratified, will seek to make the availability of dollar in circulation easier for our business community. And if we look at the document closely, we'll understand that this whole agreement is of no cost to the government of the Gambia. Government is not taking loans for its own usage. Instead, it is taking this one as a guarantor to the business sector. To make dollar, the circulation of dollar, available in the Gambia. And we have seen recently the prices of basic commodities has risen. Everyone is complaining. Our people, our electorates are every day complaining, and even the National Assembly members. When we have our own fora, we sit together, and the notion or the worry is, what can government do, to reduce the burden on our populace? And this is very timely. Government has come with this document at the very right time. Recently, we've just some 3 days ago, we have heard in an announcement that government, in collaboration with a private business partner, has imported food items into the country and are selling it at a cheaper rate, $1,400, less than $1,500 for a bag of rice, around the greater BANJUL area. So I think this is a very commendable one. If this is ratified today, and I believe it will be ratified, it will make life and livelihood easier for our people. So I will urge all honorable members to give their blessing to this document, as it is no cost to government. It is only acting as a guarantor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I now recognize nominated member Maimuna Sise.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to first of all thank the Minister who has brought these important documents towards the lawmakers. Try to put our input into it and consider the right rights of this country. Honorable Speaker, I would like to join my colleagues, especially the Honorable Member for BANJUL North. I think you have already spoken for me. I could have been easily declined my say, but I would just like to be heard. As we all know, if we all go through the documents, it has been already stated clearly. This loan is not coming from, Gambia government is not getting the loan. We are not taking the loan, but they are the guarantors. And I think we all have been crying out for completely over 2.5 years now. The high records of the commodities in this country is a cause of concern. And it's a responsibility of all of us to make sure that the government intervene. We all been crying for it, because we all know that the high records of the commodities in the country is not the responsibility of the government. But we see that is there another responsibility for the government to safeguard the interests of the populations. And I think if the private sector being capacitized to make sure that they bring the commodities to our satisfaction, even though sometimes you will have a doubt. Because the businessmen in this country, sometimes you don't even know where they belong to. Are they real Gambians? Do they have the interests of the Gambians? We would like the Honorable Minister to align with the Minister of Trade. By approving this loan, we all know that Gambia is not overseeing the price control in this country anymore. But we would like to see that the two ministries align to make sure that when these loan facilities has been facilitated to the private sector, they also need to protect and make sure that the rights of the people also be preserved by making sure that they have a monitoring team that will make sure that anytime these loans are approved and they have the privilege to bring the commodities in the country, we want to make sure that it reflects. It cannot be capacitizing them, giving them the opportunity to have what they want. At the end of the still now, the cries continue. I don't think we need to see that for more. Honorable Speaker, I would like to go further. By comparing the last 52 years of this country, the debts in this country cannot be compared with the present government. Yes, because we can consider that the past 52 years, the development been taking place in this country, And right now, the magnitude of development taking place in this country, thanks to the loans. We know that Gambia is a tax-based country. The only way we can achieve some of these developments, we have to take certain loans. If America can be the super wall of, one can say that, a super wall of economy, can be in the debt ceiling for us last March, I was in US. If US was at the 33.4 trillion in debt, with a 331.9 million of population. So definitely, I think Gambia, we are doing much, and we are on the track. We would like to commend our colleagues also who put their good interventions and put in their consideration that this loan be taken into consideration, not for us, but the people we are representing here. Those people, they are the one laying their support base, their hopes and inspiration that we will be here to serve their interests. And this loan doesn't have any interest for the government, but the populace. The populace need to be benefiting from it, and I think all of us here, we are not exceptional. We all can put our good input in it to make sure that we salvage the country at the current crisis. Honorable Speaker, I would like to conclude that I don't think there is any need for now to take this matter to FPAC. If anybody have a little time, you go through the documents, you will definitely know that I think the preparators of this document, they already did the justice on it. We just had to add our input in it. We don't need any FPAC service for this one. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, nominated member Maimouna Sise. I now invite the member for Sabak Sanjal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'd also like to join my honorable colleagues to thank the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs for coming up with this initiative. I think it's commendable. It's a very good initiative and a very good innovative way of helping Gambia to be resilient to the financial crisis that we are faced with. As he always called it, you know, when we were doing the budget bilaterals, and when he came to table the budget, he said he will call it a resilience budget. When somebody is sick, you go to the hospital, the doctor will prescribe medications for you. That is to help you to regain what you have lost. And this loan agreement is definitely coming at a very right time. I would not say it is not the Gambia government who is taking the loan. Because if you read, you realize that it is saying the line of credit agreement, hereafter called the agreement, is entered into by BADEA and the Gambia government. So basically, the Gambia government is taking the loan, but on behalf of our businessmen, to make sure that they provide them with enough dollar to be able to go to the international market and bring commodities to make it cheap for Gambian people, like my honorable colleague BANJUL not put it. So I think it's a very good initiative, and this is what we can do to help our people. The only thing I want to elaborate on is those that will have access to this loan. I think it is very important that we give it to honest and competent Gambian people and Gambian businessmen. We have seen it happen that license have been given to Gambian businessmen who will further rent it to others just to come and exploit our own people. I will urge the Honorable Minister to make sure that they put
all the necessary tools to make sure that those that will get this facility would be honest Gambians who would look at the interests of our nation and not to further give this loan to others who would definitely invest it and then take these monies out of this country. We are seeing other investors in the country. They are coming from their own countries. They have been given these facilities in their countries and they further come and invest in our country. But please, in accessing these funds, let us make sure that we scrutinize those that will have access to it. We have competent Gambian businessmen who have this country at heart. And when given this opportunity, when empowered, our needs and aspirations will be met. But there are other businessmen, if they have access to this facility, they will send it out of this country. We have experienced this when we had this fertilizer in the country. Today, farmers are crying because of the lack of fertilizer in the country. And the fertilizer that was imported 3 years ago in this country should have been enough to serve us until this year. But the Gambian businessmen, some of them, have taken this fertilizer out of this country for their own personal interest. Let us make sure that we put a very good control mechanism to make sure those who will have access to this funding will put it into usage that would be beneficial to our own people. I am urging the Honorable Minister to make sure that if you look at the disbursement plan, you realize that it is in stages. And that would be able to help the ministry to know whether the aim, the purpose for which this agreement was signed has been met before going in for the second disbursement. You can see in section 401 that $20 million upon satisfying the pre-withdrawal conditions set out in Article 4 will be the first disbursement that will be done. And then the second one, $15 million, which shall be available after 3 months of disbursement of the first tranche and furnishing the BADEA the supporting documents for utilizing at least 80% of the first tranche. So this is a very good strategy which will help the ministry to be able to trace and know whether the aim and objective for which this agreement was signed has been met before receiving the second disbursement. I am urging the ministry to make sure that you take all what is necessary to make sure these funds are not given to those who would not put it into good use. With those simple remarks, Honorable Speaker, I thank you so much and I beg to take my move.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Sabasanja. Now last on my list is the member for Kantora and Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I want to sincerely recognize the previous speakers before me. I think the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs should really thank God. I've listened very keenly to each and every member. Nobody is really against this particular credit facility. It's just a normal adage whereby parliamentarians will just be kind of inquisitive and raise concerns about loan. Perhaps we differ in a level of understanding about the substance before us. Honorable Speaker, I equally thank the divergent views, the dissenting opinions that manifest in the chambers here, but it's demonstrated that we are thinking. If we talk parallelly, it shows that we're not thinking. So it's important that we talk this way. First of all, I want to register my sincere thanks and gratitude to the government of the day. History is about to make in this country.
Since Gambia became independent in 1965 to date, no government has ever brought such kind of credit facility. Not only government trying to ease burden, but government understand the PPP, public-private partnership arrangement, that development cannot be solved only on government. There's a need for us to also uplift, help, facilitate financing agreements to serve as guarantor for our private sectors to have access to foreign currency, that is the legal tender in the international trade, for them to have enough money to purchase this good. We are all in witness. During the Russia-Ukraine war and the COVID-19 pandemic, how prices were skyrocketing. People now try to blame the hardship on government, not really understanding there are external shocks and external factors that contribute to the hardship. But government think around the box. How do we accelerate our development now? Is for us to make sure that such initiatives are embarked to make sure that we make dollar available. Looking at the scarcity of dollar in the market, looking at the issue of lack of dollar in the market, black market exchange rates, these are all contributing factors to the end consumer of either be it crude oil or basic food commodities. To end this menace, initiatives of such are put in place to make sure the dollar is available, give it to the business sector upon their request, to make sure that they make it available for them, to make sure that at the end of the day, the receiving end, the consumers, see light in the tunnel. So obviously, it is a right move in the right direction, and it is first of its kind since Gambia became independent. I would have loved to have many of these for us to really uplift and help our private sectors to have access to this money and make sure that they put it to good use. Honorable Speaker, this will not only address issue of the availability of dollar or beating down prices, it also in a long way contributes to curb issue of inflation. So this thing couldn't have come at a better time. I am urging every member, I think we have now understood the nitty-gritty of this financial agreement. It is straightforward. It is helping. Let me tell you, as we finish and ratify this today, everybody, I bet you go home as proud Gambians, because your business community, the citizens we represent, are part of us, what we did for them today in these hollow chambers. Because this is a dream come true for them. So it's an opportunity that is before us, regardless of party affiliations. Put it aside and look at our businessmen and women outside there. We are about to put our name in the history books of this country in terms of helping our private sectors in their need. So I'm urging every one of us to be part and be person of this history we're about to make today. And I thank each and every one of you for your indulgence. And I also really appeal for your support and for this ratification. I want to allay the fears of members who are talking about loan. Of course, it's good to really talk that way, but let their fears be allayed. This is not about government using it on the day-to-day run of government machineries or functions. It's about really creating the enabling environments for private sectors to have access to funding. Thank you so much for indulging us, Speaker, and thanks for giving floor.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader and Member for Kantora. May I now please call upon the mover to respond to issues and wind up the debate. Honorable Minister, sir, please take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and esteemed members of the National Assembly. I really cannot commence without thanking the esteemed House for the rich debate. 18 members of the National Assembly took the floor, and each has spoken, and all contributions are noted. And this is what we expect. We, as the executive, are answerable to you, and we are all working for one objective, that's national interest. And it's good that when documents come here, they are scrutinized. And it is our responsibility to ensure we faithfully respond thereto. I will try to respond to the points. Some of them will be overlapping, and as such, I might not respond. Of course, the structure of the document has been fully understood towards the end. This is a first of its kind, and like the majority leader have said. And it is the trust of the government of the day that the business of government is not to be in business, but to capacitize the private sector. And the private sector is the engine of growth. So the best way to accelerate development is to capacitize the private sector. And this has been one of the anchors of the National Development Plan. And we are not just living in a planning documents, we are trying to live it. In terms of expediency, yes, we are trying to, as alluded to by the minority leader, trying to be responsive. There's some background to this because the private sector in this country is not as developed as in other countries. And as such, I don't know of any private sector in this country that will be able to attract $50 million on their own terms in the international market. That's why government came in to serve as a buffer, to serve as a credit enhancer, to be able to make this facility available to the private sector. And that's it. It's, of course, denominated in dollar, and there is no flow through to government. Government will not in any way bear any expenses. All the fees and terms stipulated will be borne by the private sector. There has been some discussion on the debt portfolio. While the objective of this discussion is purely on the ratification of this, but I think I should put some clarity to the debt stock of the country. The debt stock are normally majority denominated in foreign currency. If you look at our national debt stock, more than 53% are in dollars. And these loans are contracted on a long-term basis. As you have seen in the documents being ratified, some have 10 years grace period, 30 years repayment. And the simple arithmetic of exchange rate movement, in 1990, towards the First Republic, the exchange rate to the dollar has not exceeded $10. Yes, maximum was less than $10, $10 if that. So if you translate from that $10, a debt stock that was sitting, yes. I remember this. Personally, okay, the dollar was never more than $10 in the entire first regime. And those loans were contracted for a 30-year period. And since those, majority of those loan stock are still sitting on the books, just using simple foreign currency translation, the dollar equivalent of that has multiplied sixfold as we speak. So when we say the domestic debt stock is now 91 billion or so, it doesn't mean government has contracted additional loans. It is the translation of the original debt stock to today using the current exchange rate. So it does not, and I will make this clarification, mean that this government has contracted any more loans twice than the combined two regimes before. It is the exchange rate movement which has depreciated by sixfold. That's what translates to the dollar C explanation. So when you say Jawara regime 19 billion, Yahya Jammeh 52 now, no, the exchange rate has moved sixfold. If it was a simple arithmetic linear projection, the debt stock should be multiplied by 6 times, but that was not it. The second thing in terms of the debt stock explanation is It is this regime's time that the country has gone through a fundamental economic shock, which is global. And as a result, there was a suspension on debt repayments. As we all know, as part of the COVID intervention of the IFIs, there has been a holiday on the repayment or servicing of debt. So that means that whilst we have not contracted additional loans, we are not servicing the principal component. As such, as the dollar is depreciating, the translation of that is what has multiplied. So, but I think myself and my team will do a full paper on this to elucidate to the public the general understanding so that people can know that this government has not effectively increased the loan stock, but instead is the depreciation of the dollar that has the translation effect of the loan stock. I hope that will facilitate understanding. And as such, this loan in no way will pass through government records. Government is the borrower of record, but is not the consumer of the facility. And it will be purely driven by two allocation criteria, merit and credit. Merit, only deserving business community will be eligible. And all the due process, you have to pay your taxes, you have to have a clean record. The Ministry of Trade will run a credit check on you jointly with us as a Ministry of Finance. That's on the merit side. On the credit side, all the C's, 6 C's of credit, any commercial banker will apply, capacity to pay, collateral, and all of those elements will come into assessing whether you will actually be able to service. And it is a ceiling amount of 50 million. It doesn't mean we will take 50 million in one go. It's on a need basis. Today, we have made this available to the private sector for them to be able to have dollar issues addressed. As we all know, the government is working for the people. And I'm happy to report that in the last 1 month, government has intervened in 4 areas for the welfare of the citizens. One is fertilizer. Fertilizer prices have reduced by more than 45%. It is now announced at 1,150. Fuel prices have reduced 2 months in a row. We have passed those reductions to the consumers. A bag of rice is now costing 1,500. And cooking oil is also reduced by more than 20%. All of these are because of the realities. Whenever efficiency gains are available, government will pass this to the citizen. And this is one such intervention. There was a lot of discussion. I think now I don't need to go into the merit of the facility, as I believe towards the end of the debate, it has been fully understood. And there is no cost that government will bear. All costs will be borne by the private sector. And the private sector counterparts will be judiciously selected to ensure that, yes, we are not giving this to them as a free lunch. There will be a condition attached. That condition is we will know the true cost, and then we will only accept reasonable margin on their business returns, so that the population will benefit. Because that's why government is underwriting it. We are not charging them underwriting fee. The fee we would want is the translation of reduced prices to the ultimate consumer. And one reason why we went for this facility, this is not easy to get. I'm sure we are all aware how it is difficult to get international dollar facilities. But it is also an opportunity to indigenize the business in the country, to support our Gambian businesses, to give them that leg support that they need in order to address the issue of acute currency shortage. So I think in a nutshell, a number of speakers have really, but I will not go into the merits of the facility, given the understanding that has been reached. But the fact that no cost will be borne by government defeats the purpose of me analyzing the cost structure. And the facilities are there, and only those private sector members who can actually take the facility and service it will take it, and they will be subject to a credit check. I think credit is good. That's why in America they call it leverage. It can work in both ways. And we are making sure that any loan facility that we take pass the sustainability test. So we are not unnecessarily piling up the national debt stock for. It's only going to ensure our productive capacity in terms of human capital formation is enhanced. So in a nutshell, I think that's my recollection of the general questions. And I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and thank you very much, honorable members, for participating in this very important debate. And I now put the question: be it resolved that this Honorable Assembly to ratify the revolving line of credit agreement between the government of the Gambia and BADEA for trade finance facility for importation of petroleum products, food, and other essential commodities from African and Arab countries amounting to US 50 million United States dollars. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk, we may proceed.
Thank you. Motion
Clerk,
continues. Yes.
Clerk. Honorable members.
Honorable Speaker, observation. I have an observation.
Please, sir, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the next item is about the loan agreement on, regarding the university. But the document I have is not readable. I've tried to read it over and over, but I could not read it. I strained my eyes. I don't know if everyone is like that. So I was thinking if it is like that across the board, it's terrible. Mine is very bad. I cannot read it. I've tried, but I cannot read it. So, and he is also complaining of this. So if we can alter the good, I don't know, the next one that is dealing with Bertil Harding.
I am not sure. Honorable Member for Woolley is, what do you mean it's not readable? It's not, from mine is readable. I'm not sure other members. Member for Upper Sal.
Yes, there are some pages that are really not very clear. If you check the last 4 pages, the fourth to the last page, it's not really very clear.
Yes, yes, mine too, the last 2 pages. Honorable members, order, 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 please. The member for Kantora. I was trying to confer with the table office, and I made to understand that these are the copies submitted to them. That's how it's submitted to them by the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs. I'm not sure if that is the case with all the copies in possession by the honorable members. Is that the case with almost every member of the National Assembly? Is that are members insinuating that because of it's not readable, it's practically impossible for them to proceed with this document? Yes, Majority Leader and Member for Kantora.
Yes, I think there's a better copy here. If we can give it to our people to run it, probably might be okay. It's not too bad. You can see the... Are you speaking? Let me show you.
Honorable members, now in the circumstances, order Majority Leader and Member for Kantora. Honorable members, can we please take our seat? Please, can we take our seat? Please. Honorable members, in the circumstance, in accordance with Order 14.3, I'm going to vary the order paper and we move to the next item on the agenda while the table office and Deputy Clerk Legal and Procedural Matters will work with the officials of the Ministry of Finance in view of resolving the issue before we finished with item Roman figure 3. Clerk.
Thank you. Motion continues. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do consider and ratify the financing agreement between the government of the Gambia and the Islamic Development Bank for widening of Bertil Highway Project Phase 2, amounting to $15.31 million by the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Speaker and members of the esteemed National Assembly, I rise to invite this August Assembly to ratify the following agreement for the Phase 2 of the widening of the Bertil Highway project between the Islamic Development Bank and the Republic of the Gambia. The widening of the Bertil Highway project is part of the development objectives of the government to enhance Bertil Highway to a 2x3 road with a more improved and developed intersections aimed at boosting economic development within the Greater Banjul area by directly and indirectly supporting the tourism, commercial and other economic and social sectors of the Gambia. A total of $79.8 million was contracted to finance the Phase 1 of the project with the Islamic Development Bank, BADEA and Kuwaiti Fund representing 18%, 25% and 25% respectively of the total project cost. The government of the Gambia covered the remaining contribution of 32%, valuing up to $26 million. Significant work progress has been achieved on the phase 1 of the project with almost 55% of the work activities completed. However, due to budgetary constraint and a new adjustment to the initial work plan to accommodate improvements in the project design and scope, the government contracted additional loan under a new phase of the project. Honorable Speaker, phase 2 of the project aims to complement the ongoing work under phase 1 and provide the needed funding to complete the construction of the pending project activities and improve the road user safety. The Islamic Development Bank agreed to lend to the Republic of the Gambia a loan amount of 15.31 million, equivalent to 11.45 Islamic dinar, to accomplish the work objectives of phase 2. Honorable Speaker, the total cost of phase 2 is approximated at 25.2 million. The Islamic Development Bank will cover 61% of the total cost, and the government of the Gambia shall make the remaining contribution of 9.9 million, which is 39% of the remaining cost. The project shall be executed over a period of 1 year and a half, 1.5 from the date of the first disbursement, and the planned last date of disbursement is 30th of June 2025. Honorable Speaker, the project is located in the Greater Banjul area. The length of road is 22 kilometers, starting in Old Joshua at the intersection with Bakau Road, Stinkona, and ending at the intersection of the Brikama Highway around the Banjul International Airport area. The road crosses settlements areas of Fajara, Kotu, Kololi, Bijilo, Busura, Brusubi, Sukuta, and Olyundum, and services Fajara Club, Senegambia area, Bijilo National Park, Monkey Park, and Salaji Forest Park. The main objective of phase 2 of the project are to reduce the congestion and create proper flow of traffic, decrease risk of accident, pollution, and contribute towards the aesthetics of the Kairaba Avenue area by constructing an overpass. Increase road safety by adding more safety measures such as guardrails, raised crosswalks, pedestrian crossings, street lights with protections. Reduce the construction period by proper planning and execution of utility services relocation. The design of phase 2 of the project includes the construction of a third overpass at kilometer 18 plus 4.457 meters around the Karaba Avenue, the addition of 4 roundabouts, the installation of a raised crosswalk for pedestrian crossing, and the construction of additional guardrails and street light protections. Consultancy services for the supervision of the works, financial audit, and a zero value component as contingency, emergency for an operation as per the directive of order number OD 2020 number 25. Honorable Speaker, the Islamic Development Bank loan financing is concessional with the IMF grant element of 37.33, exceeding the IMF threshold of 35. This implies that the loan is relatively inexpensive and will not have large impact on the Dutch stock. The loan has a tenure of 25 years with a repayment period of 18 years, commencing at the end of the 7-year grace period, and a total service for an estimated of Islamic dinar 233,297, in which the annual service fee payment shall not in any case exceed 1.5%. The Islamic Development Bank, Honorable Speaker, envisages the passage of this agreement for the loan facility to come into effectiveness. The formulation of the project was through multi-stakeholder engagements at both national and regional levels. The series of consultations included key stakeholders from the executing agency, the National Road Authority, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Transport and Works and Infrastructure, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Lands and Regional Governance, and the officials of the Islamic Development Bank. The National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, is respectively informed of the signing of the aforementioned loan and is hereby invited to ratify the financing agreement for the effectiveness period and successful completion of the ongoing widening of the Batin-Hadin Highway. And it's also our pleasure to note that this agreement was signed on the sidelines of the annual meeting of the Islamic Development Bank, which was in the month of May. In the light of the foregoing, I respectively submit to this August Assembly the above-mentioned agreement for consideration and ratification. With that, I submit. Thank you for your kind attention.
Any seconder? Nominated member Fatou K. Jawara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I must commend the Honorable Minister for Finance for bringing this laudable initiative of the expansion of the Bertil Highway project. Honorable Speaker, I don't think I will waste the time of the Assembly. As National Assembly members within the Greater Banjul area, we've all been complaining during our adjournment debate that we have a traffic decongest at Westfield and within the Greater Banjul area. So I think supporting this thing will address some of those issues. And regarding the expansion of the Bertil Highway also will help to ease the traffic decongest within the West Coast region also. And I think the rainy season also is fast approaching, and we are most of the time we are affected by flood because of the nature of our road. So supporting this thing will address some of those issues, and I'm calling on my colleague National Assembly members to support this to ease those issues during the rainy season. Thank you.
Thank you very much, nominated member Fatou K. Jawara, for seconding the motion. I now put the question. It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the financing agreement between the government of the Gambia and the Islamic Development Bank for widening of Bertil Highway Project Phase 2, amounting to US 15.31 million United States dollars. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Any honorable member who wishes to take part in the debate may do so now by show of constituency tag to catch my eye. I now begin with the member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for the presentation. Honorable Minister, this project seems very messy now by way of financial implications. Because when we started this project, when we got advanced procurement notice from the counterpart funders, at that very moment, with regards to grant and credit, everything was okay. And there was a counterpart contribution by the government as well, as you rightly mentioned. From there, at one point, we also approved addendum for this project here in the National Assembly, which amounts to, I think, $20 million. Now, I don't know why are you people requesting for another $15 million for this project. Maybe I didn't pay attention to your presentation, but one thing I know about the widening of Bertil Highway, we got enough fund for this until we add an addendum here in the National Assembly. So if you come here again asking for further $15 million for the phase 2, because if my memory could serve me well, both phase 1 from Airport Johnson to Senegambia, that's phase 1, phase 2 from Senegambia to the Stinkman, I think funds were already contracted. So this $15 million, where at one point one of the counterpart donors withdrew, and the government wants to replace that, or the government counterpart funding, or the government commitment to this project, government has withdrawn that. That is why you are looking for this $15 million. I think we should be very clear about that. And with regards to the compensation, phase 1, those properties that were demolished, before I left the OIC, we have already evaluated those properties that were affected on that corridor and costed. Those property owners are still complaining. They don't get their compensation. So you are proceeding to phase 2 to demolish those properties again, to add them onto phase 1. When the phase 1 properties, those properties that were affected are not adequately compensated. So I want to be very clear why this $15 million. That's number one. Either the government has withdrawn its contribution or one of the counterpart funders withdrew. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I will not also waste much time on this, since we were told this is the second phase, and the Minister rightly reported that the first phase, 75% of the work has been completed, and I want to believe if the fund for this is secure, will not be diverted to the first phase. I can be reliably informed that since the work is in progress, there is no funding problem as far as the first phase is concerned. This one is merely meant for the commencement and completion of the second phase. The Minister informed us the importance of this road, that is how it is going to address the road congestion would be reduced, as well as it will reduce accident and then increase the road safety. But what I've not heard, which is very key, the condition of the drainage. Usually it's a problem when we construct roads. What is not properly captured is the drainage facilities. And instead of trying to help the community, it will be an added hard work to the people, especially when it rains. Mostly areas that have new roads will experience flood during the rainy season due to poor drainage facility for the roads that are constructed. Now, we want to be informed the drainage plan as far as this road is concerned. This is a very important road, as important as it is. We should have proper drainage system that will not create harm to the communities that are going to live around it. My colleague also talked about the compensation. I don't think when we plan, we need to compromise the plan simply because we'll be lacking compensation. The population is growing. If we plan the road and because of compensation, we tend to compromise the plan to reduce the size of the road, because if you demolish certain buildings, you are not in position to pay the compensation. In 10 years to come, there will be a need for another expansion. What we are running against, it is what we are going to face tomorrow if there's a need for expansion. So whatever it will take, if the road is planned and because of compensation, I don't think we can compromise to reduce the size of the road. We go by the plan, construct the road, and then what is necessary to do the compensation, let there be that compensation package take to the people who are affected. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I also want to join my colleague to thank the Minister. I can still say he is very proactive. This was signed on the 10th of May, and then you are bringing it before us. That shows your commitment to the road, and we thank you for that. And I believe the contractor also will be very proactive. When the loan is signed and the fund is available, they should do due diligence and ensure that proper work is done. Thank you.
Thank you, Minority Leader. I now give the floor to the member for Woolly East.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I thank the Minister again. for coming up with another loan item. This one is not controversial because we've started this process since, I think, 2021 or 2021, well before the elections. Honorable Speaker, our committee should be able to help us to monitor the implementation of this project, not only to go and look at the road and come and tell us how it is, but to continue to follow how much loan we are taking regarding this project and the progress on the road, etc., etc. So I think if that happens, then we will be in the know. We'll not have any doubt as to how things are going, so that when loans come, we know the total is there, and then we are told that it's going to come, you know, as it is required. So we are not going to take loan at once and say this is the amount, but it's going to come as and when in phases. So this one is phase 2. We've taken loans for phase 1. That is now gone very far. Now this one is phase 2, which is 15-point-something million. But the total will be 25 million in phase 2. So we should expect them to come again with either another 10 million or another 11 or so million dollars for us to accept that also. Honorable Speaker, the method of calculating debt, whether we are getting indebted or not, is not by the amount per se, like the minister said, but it's the percentage to GDP. If the percentage of debt to GDP is increasing, you know that we are becoming more and more debt distressed. And I know the percentage of GDP is increasing. It's continually increasing. It's not decreasing. So we've not been taking the necessary care that we should take. Honorable Speaker, also, the argument that many of our members try to say, to take USA as an example, is not the best example. USA is not the best. In fact, it's the worst example when you want to deal with debt. Because they are very careless when they take debt. Even though they put a debt ceiling, they have increased that debt ceiling for more than 100 times. They would come and negotiate to increase the debt ceiling. They have never adhered to the ceiling that they have set for themselves. So that's the wrong example. If you take that example, you are killing yourself with debt. You will never free yourself from debt. No one should even take that as a pride. That, because America is taking this, we should also take. We're going to take like America. Let's continue to take like America. We don't have the same facility like America. The American dollar alone is a reserve currency. The whole world is using that currency. What they are gaining through that currency, the reserveness of that currency, it's incredible. They continue to print money to pay in their own. We are taking foreign currency when we take loan. But when we pay in foreign currency. We don't pay in our dollars. That's why we cannot compare ourselves to the United States. So it's a big mistake for people to stand here and say, because the United States is doing this, so we should also do this.
Honorable Chair,
right now, the United
States...
Point
of order.
Who is talking?
There is a point of order. Honorable Ulis, can you take your seat? Nominated member Maimuna Sise, can we hear your point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to rectify the member. I am not taking example of the... Please, it is. Okay, let me observe you. I'm on my floor. I'm on my no, not like this one.
Now,
allow me to observe you.
Honorable member, you know, two of you are neighbors. I'm not sure whether you are good neighbors or bad neighbors.
I have to go after him. Because any living creature, we need to take an example for the successful countries. And we can see that America is one of the success countries. When it, no, I am going in.
All right, thank you, nominated member Maimuna Sise. Member for Woodley East, please proceed.
Honorable Speaker, it's good for us to help each other. We must control the level of debt that we are taking. We know we are a developing country. We are not as endowed as other countries with resources, etc., etc. But we have to look at our own capacity, our ability to be able to manage those debts. Our major concern in this House is not that we should not take loans. No one, I don't think anyone has ever stood here and said we should not. What people are saying is that how do we manage these loans to ensure that when we take them, we'll be able to pay them, but at the same time, we'll be able to have our, if we had taken loans and then invest in productive base, we'll be able to pay back the loans. At the same time, our production will continue. And we'll be able to continue and get our dividend from world trade, because we will have the merchandise that we will be able to export, get the foreign exchange. Look at this, $50 million. You are taking that as a loan so that you can be able to do trade. Why? Because you don't have the foreign exchange. But if we had invested in the productive base of our economy, we develop our farming, we develop, processing, etc., etc., we'll be able to engage in business outside, and we'll be able to get the necessary foreign exchange, which we can use to get back to trade. That's the objective of this. But we are not doing that. That's not what we are doing. What we are doing is take a loan, build a university or a school. Take a loan, build a road. Take a loan, do this thing. Those are not the productive base that will help us to be able to manage our debts.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
So, who is talking?
I'm raising the point of order.
There is a point of order by the member for Kantora and Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on order 26-2. A member shall speak standing and address his or her observation to the Honorable Speaker. Don't address these members. Address your concern to the Speaker.
Your ruling. I'm waiting for your ruling.
Certainly, I concur with him.
You concur with the wrong person. So, Honorable Speaker, yes, that's mainly what I want to say. He just interjected me. This one, as I say, is not controversial. We've debated this profusely here. We've accepted, we've adopted, and we know that, phases are coming. So we expect more and more to come until we complete it. We cannot start something and abandon it. That'll be, I don't know, a big carelessness on our part. And this House cannot be part of that. So on that note, I thank the Minister and thank all the Speaker and other members for the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Woodley East. I now give the floor to the member for Fonye Councillor.
Yeah, thank you very much. For me, I may not spend long. I have some pertinent issues onto this. I thank the Honorable Minister for Finance for bringing this second phase of what has been agreed. It's just like Batin Highway. Honorable Speaker, I want to put this to the Honorable Minister. By looking at the highway from the
the intersection point at Brikama down to Sting Corner, you realize that there are passage wayside that is been laid. But when you look at the quality in that roadside, it's appalling. I think you could also work with the contractor to make sure it avoids certain accidents around that line of the highways. When you realize the dwellers within that particular area, truck, big lorries always have accidents around that end. And sometimes also, even if you have emergencies to pass through that particular end, it's become very difficult. So we also want you to work on coordinating that particular end. Honorable Speaker, the other side of the observation, I also live around that end. You realize that the sideways demarcation that was set, the other side's buildings were amicably, fallen down. But you realize that in terms of, measurement sideways, you realize that others are left and others are demolished. I don't know why. At Coastal Road Johnson, a petrol station was left, where the other side of the road, a mosque and eminent buildings were all demolished. But when you look at the equidistance between the right side and the left side, you could see some differences. Down to the Coastal Road Checkpoint Johnson, that goes to Yundum at the other end, the mosque end. When you measure from the mosque side down to the particular petrol station, you could see that either way around what went wrong, why that particular petrol station was not demolished. We want to know why. These are roads that are standard. So in standardization of roads, if proper measures and mechanisms are not put in place, you realize that tomorrow others will also come and erect, either been compensated or not compensated. So we want clarity in that particular regard. Honorable Speaker, the Minister also, overpassage, that is also part and parcel of this road. I want to ask whether is there any fee be laid if the road is completed so that something is also generated to the coffers of the government? Would there be any levied fees laid to those overhead passage roads? The other critical question that I sometimes wonder, I think the Honorable Minister is the right guy to answer that particular question. When we are loaning, we loan in dollars or euros. Is there any time possible where you could also discuss with the borrowers or wherever we to borrow these monies for us to critically look, and also we pay them in our dollars? Is it possible? And if it is not, why are they rejecting our dollars? So I think we should be able to at least take ownership. And what Honorable Ture has also said, we should not be leveling on United States. They develop, print their money, lay their trajectory as they want. Today, if you and I, they've even said, okay, the monies we printed in other side, we have to do X, Y, Z, stop here, do here, as if, the enslaved system of monetary gains is still existing. So I think we Africans should be able to at least rebrand and restructure our financial status quo. Traditionally, we could still move better. I look at the pre-colonial era, the barter trade system is working. But today, you will not even look around that end where you said, okay, give me a dollar, I give you a dollar. Give me the euro, I give you a dollar. As if. So in order for us to enslave ourselves from the Western aspects, we have to be able to look inwards for us to be able to at least recreate a lot of things that we will be able to gain revenue in it. On that note, I thank you and thank everybody.
Thank you very much, member for Fonye Councillor. I now give the floor to the member for Opanyomi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Minister, let me thank you profusely for bringing this loan before this August Assembly. I think for me, I have a peculiar concern about the whole project. You see, like these pass-by roads we have created, alongside the main road, if they are not paved, Honorable Minister, that road will not be durable. And the people residing around the roadside will not have comfortable access to their compound or to their restaurants. Like when you look at the road from Westfield Johnson to Gimpex or GTTI, the side roads were paved. They are already paved. And that makes it very comfortable.
Honorable Member, please speak to your mic and be audible enough.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, what I'm saying is simple. I have a concern about the way and the manner they are constructing the road. They have already, the first phase, the main road is already done. But like the bypass they have created, which the vehicles are using temporarily, yes, if they are not paved, I'm telling the Honorable Minister, if they are not paved, that road will not be durable. That's number one. Two, the people residing in that area will not have comfortable access to their compound, especially during the rainy season. So I'm telling him that let him do it the same as they did it from Westfield to GTTI, because the bypass they are all paved and it makes the place look so beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the member for Joshua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also join Michael to say thank you to the Honorable Minister for bringing this loan agreement at this point in time, because currently the road is ongoing and we are all seeing that it is going at a very good pace. I also thank the contractor for definitely doing a very good job. Honorable Speaker, I think most of these questions are posed to the minister. Maybe I will see how best I can come in to say. I'm not helping though, but as somebody in the field, currently the road is currently ongoing. The construction is ongoing. There is a lot that needs to be done at the end point. These are ongoing things. There is still the road furniture is still remaining, and the sideways also need to be paved immediately after completion. But currently their main target is the main highway that needs to be completed. And then from there, they come and as one of my colleagues has just mentioned, they will do it as is possible. If you look at the design of the road, it's a very good road, and then both sides are being taken care of. So that's why I took the floor. Thank you.
That's all I have in my list. I will now call on the mover of the motion to respond to issues and wind up the debate. Honorable Minister, please, sir.
Honorable Speaker and members of the esteemed National Assembly, thank you very much for your comments and feedback. And as been mentioned, this is a follow-up, the second phase. And why we are coming here is because in the first round of financing, one of the funders, OPEC Fund, had to pull out because their financing terms were deemed not to be concessionary. It was on that basis that facility was not taken, and this is what this IDB facility is to replace. So that is the question on the financing closure. Basically, given the concurrence of the facility, I thank you all for your comments. There was this issue about debt sustainability. We want to inform the August Assembly that, as we are all aware, we are in an IMF program. And there is a program review every 6 months. And that program review includes an element of what they call debt sustainability analysis. That is what is guiding the debt management strategy of the country to ensure that we are not taking more debt than we can service. Of course, the debt level is elevated, but it is sustainable. That is what the analysis is. And we are managing the economy on a very sound footing, despite the challenges. It is too early to comment, but for the information of the August Assembly, given the concern about the financial sustainability, as we know, we have been going through an IMF program, the ECF, and we have completed the staff assessment of the program. And we can safely report to this August Assembly that the Gambia has passed for the first time in the history of this country. The IMF board will review the staff assessment report on the 12th of June, and following the board concurrence, we would have graduated from an IMF program for the first time. So we are on track. We cannot rest on our laurels, but whatever we bring here, we ensure we do due diligence on them before we bring to the August Assembly. And not only us alone, but we are also doing this with our partners. Thank you.
Minister, please allow some clarifications.
On drainage, I beg to pass this comment to my colleague, Honorable Minister, as this is not my competent zone, and then he will refer back to you if you don't mind. Yes, yes.
Honorable Minister, one of the members, I had the member for Joshua. Oh, you have, okay. Joshua, yours.
Yes, I mean, about the drainage, it's part of the design. It's in the design. If you look at the design, go to NRA, they show the whole design. Everything is there.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Minister, yes, mine is not answered.
Sorry.
Yes. I asked my question.
You asked if we can pay in dollars. Yes, yeah. Okay, this is how the international financial system works. Unless your currency is a reserve currency, it's not accepted as international legal tender outside your country. What I mean by that is your currency need to be one of those OECD countries like the euro, the sterling, the dollar, the SDR basket. You know, the SDR, now they have introduced the Chinese currency, the yuan, because the share of the Chinese economy in the international trade. Your currency, you see, or your trade activities should be of a certain quantum level where it is called internationally significant for your currency to be accepted as a basket of acceptable international mode of payment. Unfortunately, we are not yet there, and I don't know of any African country that is there. So the only, apart from Japan in Asia and now China, there is no country in Latin America also, except those ones that are in the dollar side. But unfortunately, that's the international order of the day. But of course, you are asking about whether we can pay on domestic currency for some transaction. Africa Exim Bank is working on a domestic currency payment as a pilot. They are creating an international payment system, but that is to facilitate trade among African countries, not outside. So unfortunately, that's the way the international order works. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members and minister, for participating in the debate. I now put the question. Be it resolved that this Honorable Assembly to ratify the financing agreement between the government of the Gambia and the Islamic Development Bank for widening of Bertil Hardin Highway Project Phase 2, amounting to US 15.31 million United States dollars. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, at this point, meanwhile, they are trying to get us clean copies. I understand that even the original copy is not as readable as some may want to believe. However, it's been reprinted again, and they in a couple of seconds or minutes, they will circulate the copies to honorable members. Meanwhile, our elder here, the honorable member for Woolly have been served with a better copy than the one he had previously. And while waiting for them to do that at the table office, I want to direct that we move to the last item on the agenda. Clerk?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, yes.
Please, Member for Fonyi Council, go ahead, sir.
Yes, what I wanted to ask is, as per this copy that is not clear, if Honorable Swipe is the only guy who's affected by the sites and he has one, I don't mind we continue. I think we will be able to make difference in this.
Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable member. In fact, they are bringing more copies as well. Thank you, sir. Clerk.
Thank you. Motion continues. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do consider and ratify the financing agreement between the Government of the Gambia and BADEA for the University of the Gambia Project Phase 2, amounting to $16 million by the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to invite this August Assembly to ratify the following agreement on the University of the Gambia Phase 2 project between the BADEA and the Republic of the Gambia aimed to meet the needs of the labor market, support economic and social development, and contribute to poverty alleviation in the country. The University of the Gambia Phase 2 project is part of the developmental objective of the Government of the Gambia, in line with the overarching goal of the National Development Plan and its strategic priorities towards providing quality education to citizenry, transforming the economy for the well-being of all Gambians. The University of the Gambia project Phase 1 was co-financed by the Islamic Development Bank as the lead financier, Equity Fund for Arab Economic Development, Equity Fund, Saudi Fund for Development, and BADEA, as well as the APEC Fund, at a total cost of $53.46 million. IDB, as the lead financier, provided 29.31%, followed by Equity Fund 26.19%, Saudi Fund 18.7%, BADEA 13%, OPEC Fund 9.35%, while the Government of the Gambia covered the remaining 3.35% as counterpart funding. Honorable Speaker, some progress has been achieved under Phase 1 of the project, such as the procurement process of the furniture, house appliances, ICT, laboratory equipment, and related services for the university campus project. However, due to the budgetary constraint to accommodate the improvements in the project, the government contracted an additional loan under a new phase of the project. The project financing. The total cost of the project Phase 2 is estimated at $23 million, and the Islamic Development Bank has provided $7 million, and BADEA is covering the remaining $16 million, that is 30.4% and 69.5% respectively, while the Government of the Gambia will make the remaining contribution of $1 million. The project shall be executed over a period of 4 years from the date of first disbursement, and the scheduled last disbursement date shall be 31st March 2027. The terms and conditions of the loan facility: $16 million, interest rate 1.5%, grace period 4 years, maturity 21 years. The development objectives and activities under the project, Mr. Speaker, is Government of the Gambia is committed to providing quality education to the Gambian people, and the significant efforts have been registered in this endeavor. However, there remain some gaps in terms of science and specialized cadre. To strengthen the government's effort and address these gaps, BADEA will contribute to to secure 1,600 additional study seats to meet the increasing demand for university education, to meet the nation's future demands for specialized scientific cadres across the range of sectors. It also aims to meet the demands of the nation and the labor market, encourage social and economic development, and help lessen the poverty in the country. In order to achieve these project objectives, key activities to be implemented include the following. The government shall take all reasonable measures to ensure that the loan and any program assets or services funded by BADEA, in whole or in part, are used exclusively to further this agreement and the program. In addition, as stated under this agreement, or as further informed to the government in writing by BADEA, the government shall guarantee that no loan financing is utilized for any purpose that would contravene BADEA law or policy, including but not limited to the following. 1, to obtain 1,600 more study seats to accommodate the rising demand for university education, construction of the Chancery building with an area of 8,740 square meters, which has 7 floors, including ground floor. The building consists of 171 offices, 15 meeting rooms, 16 rooms for archiving, 14 kitchens, 34 bathrooms, and 15 printing rooms. Faculty of Law with an area of 4,800 square meters. The building consists of 30 offices, a library, 8 classrooms, a meeting room, 8 bathrooms, 7 research labs, and 2 cafeterias. Faculty of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences with an acreage of 5,445 square meters. The building consists of 23 offices, 13 classrooms, a meeting room, 5 storage rooms, 12 bathrooms, 21 labs, a library, and 2 cafeterias. To engage in finance or otherwise support any facility that poses a significant risk to the environment, human health, or safety as further defined in the agreement, and any related BADEA instruction material. External works will comprise 1.9 kilometers of internal roads, parking lot for cars with an area of 10,500 square meters, parking lot for buses with an area of 5,400 square meters, landscaping works in area of 335,395 square meters. Honorable Speaker, the financial implication of the facilities are as follows. BADEA loan financing is concessional with an IMF grant element of 35.17, which is in line with the IMF threshold of 35%. This applies that the loan is relatively inexpensive and will not have a large impact on the domestic stock, on the debt stock. The loan has a repayment period of 21 years with an interest rate of 1.5% and a 4-year grace period. The loan agreement requires the National Assembly to ratify to meet the project effectiveness condition. Consultation. The formulation of the loan was through multi-stakeholder engagement, and the process involved stakeholders from the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology. And on that note, I have my colleague, Minister of Higher Mohast, Honorable Professor Gomez, who is here to accompany us on the journey, and the loan negotiations and discussions were held with him whilst we were in Sharm el-Sheikh last year. This agreement was also signed recently, about not long ago. The date is attached. So all other stakeholders have been duly consulted. With the presence of the Honorable Minister himself, that's a testimony to his collaboration and effort, and we thank him for his support along the journey. Honorable Speaker, the University of the Gambia Phase 2 project has been signed, and the National Assembly is hereby informed of this and cordially urge the passage of this bill and supports its implementation for the role achievement of the National Development Plan objective for socio-economic development of the Gambia. In the light of the foregoing, I respectfully submit to this August Assembly the above-mentioned agreement for your consideration and ratification. With this, I submit, and thank you for your attention.
Any seconder? Member for Sabah Sanjal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to second the motion and also to give my blessing on this loan agreement. Honorable Speaker, there are lots of justification for this agreement. One of them would be the need for this university to be completed. Currently, Honorable Speaker, there is a weakness of communication between professors and students since the university is currently renting some lecture halls. So if we have this implemented, this agreement passed, definitely it would ease the situation that the students are currently facing, because there is lack of good communication between the lecturers and some of the university students. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, the high cost that the university is currently bearing in return for renting offices for the academic staff due to lack of buildings is also costing a lot of burden to the university students. So if this agreement is passed, it will also resolve that situation, especially the facilities of agriculture and environmental sciences. But if you look at page 13, you will see that the project is comprised of some components, which the Honorable Minister has just stated, and I would like to thank him for coming up also with this agreement. One of the components is the civil work and its ancillaries, which includes construction of the following buildings. If you look at page 13, it says Chancellery building with an area of 8,740 square meters, which has 7 floors, including the ground floor. The building consists of also 170 offices, which is also enough for the professors to have a close relationship with the students of that university. 15 meeting rooms and 16 rooms for achieving 14 kitchens, 34 bathrooms, and also 15 printing rooms. It also considered building a faculty of law with an area of 4,800 square meters, as stated by the minister. So basically, this is just to improve the teaching and learning environment at the University of the Gambia. We have also noted that sometimes lectures are cancelled at the university because of lack of space for the students and lack of halls or lecture halls. So if this agreement is passed, it will definitely ease that situation. In general, if the agreement is approved, it will help to contribute in sustainable development goals in the field of education, gender, equality, and infrastructure. So I think I will just urge the honorable colleagues to let this pass for the benefit of our students who are definitely facing a lot of difficulties. And in a nutshell, if this is also passed, it will help the students to have that close collaboration amongst themselves and also within the vicinity of their teaching and learning environment. It will also bring close collaboration between the students and the professors. So I thank the Honorable Minister for coming up with this agreement. I think this is just one of the agreements that would just facilitate completion of that university, which is currently ongoing. With those simple remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to take my take. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Sabah Sanjal. I now put the question. It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly to consider the financing agreement between the government of the Gambia and BADEA for the university. Sorry, order please. Let me repeat. I now put the question. It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the financing agreement between the government of the Gambia and BADEA for the University of the Gambia Project Phase 2, amounting to US 16 million United States dollars. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Any honorable member who wishes to take part in the debate may do so by show of constituency tag. I now give the floor to the member for Fonye Councillor.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I thank the Honorable Minister of Finance for ably tabling this loan agreement. I think this is long overdue, looking at the status quo of the University of the Gambia. Of recent, I think last year, we've visited the Committee of Education and ICT. We've seen for ourselves, and we've seen a lot of improvement that will change the status quo of that university. Go down to MDI, a lack of GTMI, Daddy Job, MDI, and also BS or Greater BANJUL Upper and Senior Secondary School. Those are all scattered areas that the university students normally lobby for rental classes or rooms for their lectures. So I believe with this loan, it will be history. And also, as you pass the university, you will see a great work there. Looking at the cognizant aspects of where is the landscaping work and areas, encroached areas. When we went with the committee, the contractors are not complain that part of the universities, people are lobbying for areas. But I think fencing is in progress. We've seen it in Hygia. I think this will all make sure it is guided for a trajectory change for the university. Honorable Speaker, I think looking at the status quo or the budget of the university or the education sector, with all those rooms available, classrooms perfectly been so far about Banta University is concerned, it will also at least avail them and prepare them better to make sure they could, move those funds to another area. You go to the university, certain things, basic things they do lack because of access space and the pay that they're doing outside, and also rental. You go to office of a professor, visit certain universities. Office of a professor, you cannot even imagine that this is where he should stay and do all his work. But by this, I think it will also change and boost that morale of professors at the University of the Gambia and encourage them better. Others may want to say, I think I'll serve 1 year or 2 years. But by the approval of this agreement, I think it will change your horizon and also help the university and also safeguard the staffs and their key performance. Honorable Speaker, we believe that as a parliament, and I'm asking my fellow honorable members to make sure we could adjust this better, and we agree on terms to make sure this is passed. And effectively, we have a minister that is proactive, and he is also efficient in his own dealings. And I believe so. We are guided by principles through the finance minister, and I know when it is approved, it will be utilized to the best of their abilities. And our committee, as an oversight, we will also stand firm to make sure we put the right things in the right place for the betterment of our children, your children, and my children. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I also wish to recognize the presence of the Minister for Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology. Honorable Minister, you are most welcome. Thank you very much. I now recognize the member for Brikama North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Honorable Minister once more for signing this loan agreement on the 11th May 2023, barely less than a month, and lay before the National Assembly. That still shows the commitment you have as far as trying to accrue funds for implementation of vital development projects. Honorable Speaker, for a nation to be developed, you need to invest on higher education. When we don't acquire knowledge and skills, we cannot stand as a nation to develop our country. That is why the other time I did say anything that should come our way as far as education is concerned, in particular higher education, I will do call on the August Assembly not to hesitate to approve that, because that is the only way we can develop our beloved country. Those who return from China talk about how China is developed. That did not come in the absence of investing on their education, in particularly higher education. We cannot call a university when it lacks facilities that should entail the atmosphere where students can have their proper learning, and this cannot go without the structures. The infrastructure, which is very key, alongside the equipment, tools, laboratories, you name them, all these cannot go without funds. As honorable member said, this is non-controversial in the sense we started a phase, and now a second phase is continuation. If you start a work, you aim to continue and complete the work. The first phase has had obstacles in the sense that at one point in time, there was funding problem. The last time we passed or approved a loan to address that first phase funding problem. Now we have before us another loan agreement to continue with the second phase. And we hope with the availability of the fund, the work will be progressive. As earlier on mentioned by the minister, by 31st, is it May or what, in 2027, the project will be completed. Honorable Minister, Honorable Speaker, this particular project, the Faculty of Law, I'm concerned about the number of classrooms that will be available. Many a time I see students having their lectures outside. Perhaps it could be due to as a result of inadequate classrooms. I'm not sure having that facility with only 8 classrooms for the Faculty of Law, whether that can be adequate. And for the Faculty of Agriculture, at least that one has 13 classrooms. There is also another point that one can note. The building, the square meter that is comprised here should have adequate spacing as far as classrooms are concerned. Office facilities, yes, they are important, but where students should have their classes, equally those ones are very, very important. Honorable Speaker, when the Faraba campus is completed, it will not only provide higher education for our young Gambians, development will be decentralized. That is going to serve as an avenue to attract development around Combo East. And then conjunction that we talk about in the greater Banjul will be minimized. Very soon, a lot of people will try to find plots of land in those areas so that they can live around that area, because there is development going on in that particular area. And having the university at that area, it will promote development in the area. And also those who are living in that area also, the business can also be boosted. So it is good that we don't concentrate all those important development infrastructure within the greater Banjul area. Having said so, I want to seize this opportunity to thank the Ministry of Higher Education for making good use of already existing structures in the Fonies. The Buyam Skill Center, I have got the notice that applications were open for students to apply for enrollment. And likewise, the Kanila Skill Center application was also open for students to apply so that they can be enrolled. That means those facilities that were lying there will now be put into good use. This decentralization that I talk about for Farbak Bantang campus, if we also make good use of the campus in the Fonies, specifically Ndemban and Kanilai, will also promote that decentralization and then try to attract development in those areas. And I also take note of the ministry's vision to extend to the rural Gambia to have TPEC facilities not only beyond up to Fonyi, but even beyond Fonyi. Now, if we can have that, certainly what we talk about lack of job opportunities for our young people when they are skilled trained, I think it will come way to try to minimize employment or unemployment in our country. We always say that there is what Senegalese had more advantage than the Gambia, that is their people engage more on skill training. And you can have more skillful Senegalese youngsters than that of Gambia. No, the talents are there. What perhaps may be lacking are facilities. If we are now, our Ministry of Higher Education is thinking in that line, I really want to commend that, to do more in terms of skill education. That is the only way we can make our youngsters to be independent. We cannot only rely on white-collar jobs. Office-collar jobs may not attain or address unemployment in the country, but skill education can help us so that we have self-employment and also we can be independent when we are other means to earn on our own instead of depending on other people. On that note, I want to thank the Minister for bringing this loan agreement and for the Higher Education Ministry for their support as far as this second phase project is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader. I now give the floor to the member for Nyani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. May I seize this opportunity to join my colleagues in giving due consideration for the ratification of the financing agreement between the government of the Gambia and BADEA for the University of the Gambia project phase 2. Honorable Speaker, I also thank the Minister and his support staff for coming up with this initiative. Looking at the University of the Gambia, especially Brikama campus students, most of these difficulties that I am coming to highlight are faced by the students in Brikama campus. If you look at the inavailability of classrooms, everyone is aware that the students in Brikama campus share classes with that of the college students. Most of the time, they will be having classes, or they are to have a class, and only to realize that those classes are occupied by the college students. And there will be nothing that they can do other than to miss the class or to relocate themselves to another class. And there also, even chairs or furniture will also be another issue. Honorable Speaker, I think for the agreement for this phase 2 is very, very, very important, as it will minimize the inavailability of classes, the scrambling for chairs, and also give chance to lecturers who will be carrying their bags from one class to another to be able to access offices whereby they can put their bags or their lecture materials for proper lecturing. One of the objectives of this agreement is stated as his speech to ensure quality education. Honorable Speaker, there is no nation or no country that can move without quality education. And I believe coming up with this Law 2 or Phase 2 will definitely enhance and give the chance to Gambian students, especially those in tertiary institutions or those who have the zeal or the interest of going to the university in order to access quality education. As you know, that no country can move without quality education. Honorable Speaker, I won't waste much time on this, but only to give my blessings to this agreement and urge the members of this August Assembly also to give their blessing for the ratification of this agreement. On that note, I beg to take my seat.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the member for Fonyi Bintang.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Speaker. I always wonder when people say we cannot live in the absence of loan. Nobody said we can live in the absence of loan. And nobody said we will not take loans. But loans that we can understand, loans that are of importance to the general public, like that of these ones we are taking for the University of the Gambia. These are things that people must understand. We at times wonder why we are not developing as a nation. It is because we pay less attention to our education system. We should have more priority for the education. The only public university that we have only one university in the country. We will do whatever it takes to furnish the university to the standard that is required
Most of the time, we wonder also why the nation is not developing. Looking at the ministries, they have their expertise from different parts of the world. This one comes from China, this one comes from America, this one comes from Oxford, Harvard University. They came with their ideas from different universities of the world. And this one believes in his lecturers. And that other ones also believe in his lecturers from the different universities. Trying to put their ideas together, it will not work. Because he will believe in how he was taught, and this one also will believe in how he was taught. At times, most of the time, this is why we are not developing as a nation. But if we have our public university, we have the buildings as required, we have the lecturers as required, no doubt that we will develop as a nation. Although education is expensive, but we as a nation, we are going to take it up as a challenge upon us, and we will conquer the challenge at the end of the day. No doubt. So for the Minister of Higher Education, if we are to have more ministers like him, because we went on the site visit and we saw what we saw. And what we saw was something that we definitely appreciate wholeheartedly. We are not anti-development, we are not anti-government. But we are anti-embezzlement, we are anti-corruption, we are anti-nepotism. We are anti-injustice. That is what we are. When we have ministers that are committed, that have the aim, that have the objective, we have no option but to support. Because we also, what is happening in this country, we want the university to be completed so that our own Gambians can be here and have all the knowledge that is required to build a nation. Looking at the minister coming up with the skill centers and whatever it is. That is what we need to develop a nation. So no wonder that the National Assembly will support this law without any distraction. But any loan that you bring to this assembly, wherein you want to confuse us, we will never support it. Say what you want to say. But for this loan, we will support it to the last dot. It's not confusing. It's for purpose. It's for development. It's for progress. I thank you all.
Thank you. I now give the floor to nominated member Fatou Kejawara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I must once again commend the Minister of Finance and Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology for this other important initiative that they have brought. Honorable Speaker, after keenly listening to various speakers of this August body since in the morning, many were supporting the loan agreement and many were going against it, which is their constitutional right. Honorable Speaker, as honorable members, we were all well paid, but why are we going in for loan? Majority of members here went for loan to meet some of their demands. Honorable Speaker, it's not bad to take a loan, but a loan that will strangle your economic or will strangle your development is the one that is not good, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the expansion of the university phase 2 will prepare our students to become productive citizens of the society. Honorable Speaker, a mind free from both physical and emotional intimidation make for a favorable learning atmosphere, and we cannot achieve this when we don't have a good learning environment for our students. Honorable Speaker, I heard the minister make mention of some of the targeted areas that he wants to venture into, like the Chancery block and the School of Journalism and so on, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think the management issue also needs to be addressed, Honorable Speaker. Students went through the worst nightmare to get registered. Sometimes portals are closed and students wanted to register because they want to downsize the classroom. I think this needs to be looked into. Honorable Speaker, providing a school bus for students from far distant area within the greater BANJUL area also need to be considered, because we cannot just have a nice building when students struggle to come to school. Most of these students are not on the scholarship and they struggle to pay their fee. And sometimes it's very difficult. If you don't pay, they cannot clear you to get access to register. Honorable Speaker, I learned that the next semester, all the students will be having lectures at Faraba Bantang, which also is very scary, as I earlier alluded to, because if there is no bus, the only bus at the university travel from the Birkama campus to Faraba Bantang also need to be addressed. Honorable Speaker, I think we should also, as an institution, we need to invest more into education, ICT and technology. Honorable Speaker, if we invest more into that, as earlier alluded by my colleague, we will even be able to create employment for our youths, both within and outside the Gambia, like the China did. Because I've always mentioned it here. Typical example is the OIC project. It's only the laborious job that were done by the Gambians. All the technical inputs were done by Chinese. So the Chinese created employment for their citizens even outside the country. I think that one also need to be looked into. Honorable Speaker, also people talk about, college talk about rent issue. Yes, I think the university also is losing a lot of resources by paying rents. In those hall, they pay the rent through by hours, and which is very expensive. Sometimes we may even go there, the classroom is dark and you cannot even access the lesson. The environment is not conducive, and they have only one blackboard. I think that one also needs to be looked into properly. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think with those few remarks, I submit and beg to take my seat.
Thank you very much, nominated member Fatou Jawara. I now give the floor to the member for Upper Salon.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for bringing this agreement to us once again for phase 2 of the University of the Gambia. As the chair of the committee that is responsible for education, training, and ICT, we had the opportunity actually to visit the current construction that's going on at Faraba a few months ago. And we've been taken through by the contractor and also by the ministry. And they showed us exactly what's actually happening on the ground. And I think most of us that were there as a committee, we were satisfied with what we saw. But we are also aware that they needed more funding. In fact, if you look at our report, which we're going to present by maybe next week or so, you will see one of the recommendations is about that. So I wish we presented the report earlier than this one. You would have seen that we are asking for the government to step in to ensure that, they deliver this project, I don't want to say on time, but at least in the quickest possible time. Honorable Speaker, as a former lecturer, part-time lecturer in the university about 10 years ago, around 2010, 2011, I had first-hand information about what was going on in the university at the time. So much actually has improved, but they still struggle. I remember, in fact, issue of furniture, issue of classrooms was fundamental, and this is the same issue still now. And that's the reason why we were going to MDI, taking those lectures there, and it was not really very conducive. And in fact, because of the lack of classrooms, I had to go on a Sunday to lecture so that we can have enough students to be able to graduate on time. And we're talking about 10 years ago, and nothing actually has changed that much. So, the facilities itself was a problem. Now, we also visited MDI, and they say, they're occupying our places. We don't. I mean, you see that the net effect is actually, they are not comfortable, but they are also making MDI uncomfortable. So I think we really need to work together quickly so that we can help them to be able to complete these things in the shortest possible time. Again, you talk about rent, like a honorable member nominated Fatimata Jawara. It's the same thing. I mean, so all these things actually is going to help to, to fix those issues. And again, when you talk about the university, you expect structures, solid structures, proper structures in all kinds of schools. The School of Agriculture, the School of Information Technology, you name them, laboratories, lecture halls, standard. And with what we saw, personally, I'm really very satisfied with what I saw because I had the opportunity also to be educated outside this country, and I knew exactly what I enjoyed. So when I go in here, it reminds me what I enjoy in another country. So I think it's a step in the right direction, and I think it's also going to help to build the image of the country and our education system as well. So I think we really need to not to belabor that much on this issue. Now, the other area I just wanted to suggest also, as we are also evolving, building the university, getting proper structures, we also need to take charge of the lecturers, particularly Gambian lecturers that are all over the world. Let's find a way to convince them to come back and work for this country. There will be no one that will develop this country than us. Nobody. And we have a lot of Gambians that are outside this country that could actually help to play a part. Already, I know one of my friends actually is back to be working at the university. And I think we need to have more of those things. And I encourage the minister to do all what it can to ensure, who goes across the world to encourage them to come back and help us. There is nobody that will help us than ourselves. On the note, I thank you, and I want to give my full support to this financing agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the member for BANJUL North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister and your support staff for bringing this loan agreement that has to do with the Gambia University Project Phase 2, which is indeed very important. Honorable Speaker, I will just want the August Assembly to understand that in order for the Gambia to harness demographic dividend, we must enhance our education system and also improve our infrastructure. And looking at this agreement, it is clearly stated that this loan agreement is here to address the infrastructure in order to address our education system. That is our higher education system in this country, which is indeed very important. Understanding that the population is growing and also the Gambian population is youthfully populated, it is indeed a very big concern for all of us, more particularly us as lawmakers, to understand that this document that is brought to us today, it is of essence for us to consider it and also ratify it as required by the Ministry of Finance and also with the sister ministry, that is the Ministry of Higher Education, which is also doing very well as far as our education system is concerned. So in that regards, understanding that education and infrastructure are very important tools in order for us to harness demographic dividend in this country, I will want to give my full support as far as this agreement is concerned, and also my blessing. And I will also want to urge each and every member present to also be part of this important history so that tomorrow it will be something that our future generation will be very proud of, to say that there was a parliament that was very concerned and also ready to support our education system, understanding that education is also very important when it comes to the SDGs. This is one of the ways by localizing the SDGs and also accelerating our efforts to make sure that we accelerate the SDGs in this country. That is making sure that SDG 4 is a reality. And we have seen samples that other members have said here. Countries have developed because they've made sure that as far as their education system is concerned, they've worked so hard to make sure that it is well enhanced and put in place by making sure that the infrastructures are available, more particularly standard ones, which I believe, as far as this project is concerned, is also to address standard infrastructures whereby students will have lectures or have access to their lectures by being very comfortable as far as their lectures are concerned. So in that regards, Honorable Speaker, I give my full support as far as this document is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member for Banjul North. I now invite the member for Joswan.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And then maybe I put the minister today. I know he spent the night in Nyomi to cross to come to Banjul today. That's why I came with a lot of loan agreements today that are very important to this country. Thank you, the Jaran man who's supposed to spend the night in Nyomi today. Honorable Speaker, I know we not say much on this loan because it is timely. As one of the runaway teachers say that many loans are being brought here, but this one, it's a no-go area, it must be approved. He's a runaway teacher, now he's saying that it must be approved because, no, I'm not relaxing, it's part of it. Honorable Speaker, the loan is timely, and then looking at the University of the Gambia today, I think it is time we go to our own campus now and then be where we're supposed to be. Because these students are struggling to go to classrooms, students are struggling to be seated in their classrooms, and classrooms are overloaded with students. So moving to the campus will be very, very good for the country. I have a concern here, Honorable Speaker, and I want the Honorable Minister of Finance with the Honorable Minister of Higher Education to engage the Honorable Minister for Works as far as they are about to open the university. If you look at the road coming from Pirang, that bend from Pirang to the university, that bend is a very dangerous bend. And before opening, I think something needs to be done with regards to that bend. Because we are all being students, we know how people are when you are late for classes, when you are driving, you are in a haste to rush for classes as lecturers and as students. If that bend can be widened up, or to see what the Ministry of Works can do with that bend, I think it's going to be very, very good if possible. This was our baby project, our then government, this was our baby project, and then thank God that it fell into the right hand, that they are nurturing it to give us what the look that we were looking for. We're thanking the current minister with the Ministry of Finance, to be honest, with the right foresight, to come up with this magnificent building to complete it as we planned it before. Thank you very much. And Honorable Minister and then the two ministers. But please, let's see how best we can consider that bend. It's very important. If not, at the end of the day, we start regretting. Because currently it is happening. And now the moment the university is open, we'll know how busy that area will be. People will be spending the night here going to school. We know how it is when students are rushing for classes. When you are late, that bend is very, very dangerous. So let's see how best we can widen that bend, at least to ease the traffic, or at least when the university start operation, there has to be somebody, a police officer that will be posted there to see that what we are, God forbid, but let's prepare it as, to say, to use it as measures that can prevent accident tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the member for Same.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Thank you, Honorable Minister, and for coming up with this, loan financing agreement. Honorable Speaker, some of us have been visiting the university since the place was dusty. And this last visit there, when we went there, definitely we saw a great improvement there. So this is why they are coming up with this second phase in order to make it a standard university. Honorable Speaker, education is the key to success. Any nation, especially a higher education, any nation you see, it is developed. Their education is up to standard. Because, Honorable Speaker, it supplies all the sectors, all the sectors. So, should not be only talking. The action should be there, Honorable Speaker, if we want to move this country forward. This is why I don't in fact want to talk, Honorable Speaker, but education is dear to my heart. The moment you talk of education, I cannot just sit like that. I have to contribute. Honorable Speaker, let us invest in education, higher education, if we want to move this country. It is the only way. And all the members here, I used to say, even at budgetary session, we should give more fund to higher education before giving it to others. I used to say it here, and I will continue to say it. What 30% left to me alone, we give them more. More than that. Honorable Speaker, we don't lose it. It's investment. This is why I said it is the only sector that supplies every sectors. Before you talk, doctors, who train them? Where are they from? Huh? The engineers, where are they from? So we must, even agriculture, you are talking of agriculture. Huh? Who trained them? Who trained them? Somebody trained you, and you know how to do farming. That person is your teacher. So it's all education, Honorable Speaker. So I don't think we should waste much time on this. We should just pass it. Thank you very much for giving me the floor.
The Honorable Member for Same, I agree with you. Education is so dear to your heart because I saw the Chief Whip, the Majority Chief Whip and Member for Oponyomi, time and again reminding you of time for you to sort in, and you refuse. While since we started today's session, you were constantly calling on members to stop. Even you have to allow me, and I have to ask you at point in time to come and take this seat. Thank you very much for that. That's all I have on my list. Member for Woolly East, you can have the floor, sir. You can have the floor.
It's a disgrace that is from you. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Like the member for Sami, we were all teachers, and I think we are still teachers. So education is dear to our heart. This is an investment. Like the member for, I think it's Bondali said, this one is big investment. The first phase has been done. Some said it had teething problems. Some said they have visited the place and they were relatively satisfied. Okay. So that's what I wanted to say, that our monitoring committee should be very proactive because we are contracting all these loans for different projects. And we rely on them entirely to monitor these projects, to constantly inform us on the progress, on the effectiveness, etc., and even the area of money disbursement, whether things are going in the right way as expected, whether there is value for money. These are all issues that we will want the committee to look at. And you know, visiting a structure like this and just looking is not sufficient to be able to say this is done the way it is in paper, on paper. That's not enough. So that's why I was thinking that maybe our monitors will require some qualified people to go with them. Qualified and experienced people. If we cannot get it in our SMSs, then it's better we look for them outside that'll be able to actually help us to be able to monitor these projects satisfactorily. Honorable Speaker, like it has already been said, higher education especially is one area that we really want to improve and to support. And what we are envisaging from higher education is authentic education. We don't want education for the sake of education. Education in speaking like white people or Europeans. That's not the type of education that we are looking for. We're looking for authentic education because we want to transform our country. We want to transform our economy. We want to transform even our culture. Traditional medicine. When I was young, we were not going to hospital. When I get wounded, I don't go to hospital. It's my mother that treats me. You just go into the bush and cut a particular herb and, chew it and put it on the wound. And then the next day, I continue to work. So that is the education that we found here is getting lost. When we have a university, we expect university to engage in knowledge creation. Knowledge creation. Even if you build beautiful edifices, if it is not used for what it is intended, you are not making the value of it. New knowledge is also coming, digital education or digital knowledge. The whole world is struggling to get into that. Our universities should be able to produce people who will have knowledge in this thing. And that goes with, like he said, climate. Climate is a big problem. Once you invest into climate, you can develop your country through that. Just digital, in addition to clean energy, we can go ahead. So education is authentic education that we require. You have I give an example. There is this, I think you know him. You are the one who gave me the number. This guy in Basse, he's a Senegalese. He's making milling machines. If we ask them, but he's making milling machine parts and he's creating a milling machine. You go, you use it. He's also producing, manufacturing sign hose. And that is the appropriate tool that our peasant farmers require. You take this big tractor there, you use it. What that is even doing that to our soil is another matter. Because it's digging deep into the soil. and bringing, the type of soil that is the plants do not need, because it's taking the fertile soil down and taking the unfertile soil up. And if you don't have fertilizer and all these things, you're putting into yourself. So that guy also is producing. Are you the one making my speech for me now? He's also producing tractor parts. If you need a wagon, he'll produce it for you. If you need a plow, a tractor plow, he'll produce that. So that's the type of knowledge that we want the university to go into, so that we can take off. So, Honorable Speaker, we want to transform, and we cannot transform without developing the education sector, especially higher education. So our monitoring team should take this thing very seriously. Everything is here. I'm not sure, I thought the minister had read everything, but it's here. The project is comprised of the following. So if you want to monitor, that's what you follow. All the things that they are supposed to print, build, the number of offices, 171 offices, 15 meeting rooms, 16 rooms, archives, 14 kitchens, etc., etc. Everything is here. So when you monitor, you ensure that whether these things are in place or they are not in place. If you find out of 14 kitchens, 10, you come and say, well, we have 10. We do not have 14. So we ask why. So that's how these things should be monitored, and the quality as well. So, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the time, and thank the Minister, and also the Minister of Education for all the time and the effort that they have made to bring this to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Woolly East. At this juncture, in accordance with Order 25.2, I hereby invite the Honorable Minister for Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology to take part in the debate by way of responding to issues and shed light on concerns raised by members as committed to his charge. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Minister of Finance for the full support. He was the one who led the delegation to Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt for the negotiation. And his presence and his experience was very, very instrumental to really get the support. On behalf of my ministry, I want to really thank him for being there for the ministry and the Gambian people. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank all the honorable members here present on behalf of the students, staff of the University of the Gambia. Listening to you, I don't think I have anything to say, because you know the issues to your fingertips as true representatives of the people. Of your people, what you've spoken is the real fact. The students watching, they will confirm what you've said. The rentals and the fight among students, Gambia College and UTG students for space, Gambia College lecturers and UTG lecturers for space, MDI students and UTG students for space, MDI lecturers and UTG lecturers just for space. So by allowing this loan to pass, by really approving it, You are now giving them that possibility, and you are telling them that, yes, your trauma is coming to an end. That we will give you an opportunity for you to be in a classroom, not only in a classroom, but in a school of your own. You are not going to share with anybody. Because the way it is, you have your own school, your own structures, your own classrooms, your own offices, your own whatever. And then nobody will be having classrooms under a tree or outside. Or you come, you notice that your maybe MDI or Gambia College has occupied this space. Because this is the photography of the situation, Honorable Speaker. So we're very, very grateful. And the School of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, the Faculty of Law, the Chancery, this is going to address that problem for all those students who will be there and the staff. God willing, this September, 4 schools, Arts and Sciences, Business and Public Administration, ITC and Education, and also the library will move to Faraba. We are doing the final touches so that that will take place. Obviously, as highlighted, by addressing the classroom challenges that they are having, there will be new problems. And the new problem, one of the new problems that will emerge is what you have highlighted, is the transportation issue. So we will have to address that. We've already started the discussion, and we're trying to look at different models. One is to use the MOPSI model with the school bus system, okay, with GTSC, or because the issue of having UTG, having its own buses to manage them and so on and so forth, we tend not to toe that line, because at the end of the day, they will be concentrating more on mechanical issues, repairing buses, than teaching in the classroom. There's an institution that have professionals to take care of buses, and there are others whose job is to be in the classroom and teach. So, and then also that will help us not to be wasting time and resources on things that, so these are things that we are working on. We've already started the discussion. The other thing also is we've taken note of the ban around Pirang N. It is true. We will engage a Ministry of Works and see what can be done. The issue of skills training, hands-on education, the Tibet centers, I totally agree, and that's the reason why we are pushing. And you must have noticed we are sending, we've already advertised, and we're going to interview some people for the fisheries. We're going to start a fisheries Tibet center in the Kombo area. And then, but we're going to send Gambians with BSc in biology to go and read aquatic sciences in different areas and come and manage those centers. We just, some few days also, we've advertised for the new Tibet center in Sapo, in agribusiness, those in BSc in agriculture, BSc in economics, so that we send them to get training at master's level in agribusiness and to come and run. And among others, we will also try to equip these Tibet centers and so on. So, and as rightly stated, Neman and Kanilai, the structures are ready and so on. So very soon we'll start the lectures next semester. We want to thank you. We'll continue pushing. This is just the beginning. There are other phases of the University of the Gambia that we will need to address.
But let's cross this road first and put things in order and close phase 1 come September, and then we can now think about the other phases. But we count on you, as you use the keyword, higher education is an investment. All serious countries develop because of using higher education. Some of you went to different countries and you just returned, and you've seen what was done in those countries. So I want to thank you for your understanding and for your support on behalf of the students and the staff of the University of Gambia. We're very grateful. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. May I now call upon the mover to respond to issues raised and wind up the debate. The Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, and thank members of the esteemed National Assembly. I think we have had useful contribution and wide range of support. All I can say is to thank each and every member of the National Assembly for the understanding and support lent to this ratification document. I think there was just one question that I may need to make a clarification about the role of higher education. And we are working closely with the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Research, MOHAST, and we as a government see higher education as investment in human capital. And there is a related area that higher education will also benefit from. As you know, the government of the Gambia is a beneficiary of the Millennium Challenge Corporation Compact Program. And the Compact Program has selected 2 sectors, respectively the River Gambia development as part of its ecosystem, transportation, tourism, and the allied aspect of the river, and part of it fluid modal transport, as well as higher education. So this university will be complemented with support of the Millennium Challenge Corporation in higher education, just to assure the August Assembly of the different fronts on which the government is working to really invest in the human capital of the country. With that, I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs, for ably presenting those motions. And I want to thank each and every honorable member, those who participated in the debate and those who have not, but concord and gave a blessing to the various motions that were tabled here today. On that note, I put the question. Be it resolved that this Honorable Assembly do ratify the financing agreement between the Government of the Gambia and BADEA for the University of the Gambia Project Phase 2 amounting to $16 million US. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, on that note, I now put the question. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned until Thursday, 8 June 2023. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. The Assembly now stand adjourned until Thursday, 8 June 2023 at 10 a.m. prompt for the State of the Nation address by His Excellency, the President of the Republic, in accordance with the 1997 Constitution. Thank you.